Welcome, everyone. We're apologize for being a little bit late tonight. Some business to attend to.
The City of San Clemente respects the many people of different faiths who reside here. The City Council historically begins its session with an invocation offered by one of the religious leaders of our community with full appreciation of our shared belief that we are one nation under God. And while the city cannot endorse any particular religion, we respect the religious freedom and freedom of expression of all our citizens to pray as they feel led to pray. This evening's invocation will be given by Chris Smith, pastor, South Coast International Church.
And please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, let's pray. Father, we want to thank you, first of all, for the privilege of living in this beautiful city. Thank you for all you've already done here. And tonight as we gather, we want to lift our counsel before you, God, as you teach us to. And just pray, God, give them wisdom. Guide them in every decision before them, not just tonight, but throughout this year. May they be able to know what's best, even from what looks good. Lord, this agenda before them today, again, give them wisdom with each and every detail. May they see kind of between the lines the things that they need to see for the best for this city. Bless this time, bless this meeting, Father, in Jesus' name, amen.
Remain standing and join me in a pledge to this great nation.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Donchak.
Present.
Councilmember Ham.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward. Here. Mayor Baker.
Here.
First item on the agenda is presentation of a city tile to William Tullius, retiring senior building inspector, in recognition of 29 years of exemplary service to the city of San Clemente.
This is a great honor for me because those of you that don't know Mr. Tullius, he's given many years of service to our town in a very, very important job as a building inspector. Senior building inspector, thank you very much.
Didn't get this gray hair for free.
They don't call me senior council member, but anyway, and my golf partner for many years, so thank you, Willie.
I just want to thank the city of San Clemente for 30 years of a good career and provided me a good living, and I can honestly say that after 30 years, nothing that I inspected either fell down or burnt down. So I'm glad about that. Thank you all very much.
Fabulous.
All right, thank you. All right, I'll see you out on the court. Okay, good.
Good luck, Willie.
Employee golf tournament champions, by the way.
Next is presentation of a commendation to Austin Warren Jr. for earning the distinction of Eagle Scout. Okay.
Are the Eagle Scouts supposed to be on time, gentlemen?
Yeah.
Virtual. It's not part of the scout law.
The next agendized item is San Clemente Library update. Ms. Fried, I believe, called the office today and asked that that item be deferred to February 2nd. Next is presentation of the 2015 Project of the Year Award from the American Public Works Association, Southern California Chapter, to the City of San Clemente.
Rain must be,
See him come in.
Good evening, Erin Donnelly, Park Planner. As you may recall, recall, City Council approved the non-functional turf removal for water conservation project.
Speak right into the mic.
Oh, sorry. Aaron Donnelly, Park Planner. Good evening. As you might recall, City Council approved the non-functional turf removal for water conservation project last year. Thank you. This project fit into the city's water conservation goals by replacing turf grass, which requires significant water use and maintenance, and replacing it with drought-tolerant plant material. There were, staff identified approximately 200,000 square feet of turf grass that was removed without significant impacts to the public. Locations that were identified were 5 city parks, medians, 2 city facilities, including the Community Development Building and the Water Reclamation Plant, as well as the City of San Clemente and Dana Point Animal Shelter. City staff designed and prepared plans in-house for public bidding. California native plants were used. The overall project reduced water usage by approximately 5.5 million gallons of water per year and saved the city by reducing maintenance costs by an estimated $90,000 per year once the plant material is established. Staff attended the American Public Works Association awards ceremony in December to represent the City of San Clemente. The city was awarded the Project of the Year in 2015 for the Building Excellence in Shaping Tomorrow Award in the Drainage and Wastewater category. And with that, I would like to present you.
Great.
I will accept this on behalf of this city council, but I want to thank Aaron for a terrific job in all this, and I had the pleasure of doing a around town video with Aaron, and we talked about some of these projects. Maybe you've seen us on television. Yes. I haven't got any calls from Hollywood, have you? I haven't. No, I haven't either. Okay, I'd like to take this opportunity to remind all the folks around town, if you've thought about going to your irrigation timer and putting it to the rain setting, now would be a good time to do that, because it's a good time and you can save some water and all that stuff. So it was a good reminder. So go to rain.
Okay.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right.
Members of the audience who wish to address council on matters that are within the jurisdiction of the City of San Clemente, but not separately listed on the agenda, may do so during the oral communications portion of the meeting. A total time limitation of 30 minutes is allocated for oral communications part 1, with each speaker being allotted 3 minutes in which to give his or her presentation. And I do have some cards.
First up, for the first speaker under oral communications of the year 2016, Mr. Wayne Eggleston, please.
Well, what an introduction. On behalf of the South Coast Detachment of the Marine Corps League, the Heritage of San Clemente Foundation at Park Semper Fi, and the Ladies Auxiliary of the Church of Jesus Christ, I'd like to thank the City of San Clemente for their continued support for our adopted Marine Corps units, especially for HMLA 469. We had a Christmas party just before Christmas for the kids, for 450 families at the hangar at the airfield at Camp Pendleton. I want to show a few pictures. These are the presents that we collected, and it was incredible. We put up red bins at the community center, City Hall, and Hermosa Sports Park, and we collected over a couple, 250 presents, and so it was just really incredible. This is the commanding officer now, the new commanding officer of HMLA 469 there, and this is, I want to thank the anonymous donor who came into City Hall to donate 2 Hot Wheel Jeeps. And we gave those in a drawing to 2 of the kids there. This is one of the kids. Isn't that just incredible? Look at him. Really cute. And so I really want to thank the person who came in. We don't know who it was. It was an anonymous donor. And this is the support group that we have that helped out at the breakfast. And so it was a terrific time. So thank you so very much for your continued support. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Wayne. Jim Kempton? And Brenda, you're next.
Hi, I'm Jim Kempton at 235 Via Bellina. And as you all probably know, living on Bellina has been an issue for a few years for all of us who have been living there. And we wanted to thank the City Council for negotiating an agreement with the citizens and homeowners that live there to fix the slopes that are there. And we just wanted to thank you for that. Also thank you for the storm drain that you put in very recently, which hopefully will divert a lot of the storm water away from the area that has been such a problem. And so I wanted to come tonight to thank you about that, and then also just to say that we understood that sometime in the very near future, before the actual building was going to take place, that there was going to be some protective elements put on the slope to prevent any further erosion while they were developing it, and then also to ask that due to the El Nino that we have now, that perhaps we could ask for an emergency session for that particular project. In that, although I don't think it's going to get done right now, every day that it rains before the work starts, whether that's now or 6 months from now, is deterioration of that property. So as the citizens there, we want to thank you for all the work you've done, and just if we can just ask you to be very mindful of the fact that it's a critical issue for the people that are living on that street.
Jim, would you mind calling the city manager tomorrow and setting up a little phone conversation or something with Mr. Cameron, who's acutely aware of what's going on down there?
I would really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
361-8322.
I've got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Brenda Miller?
Good evening. I'm here actually to ring in the new year with a sense of gratitude. Surprisingly, I was named as one of Orange County's most 100 influential. I didn't know this was coming at all. Fred called me about a week after Thanksgiving, and I thought we were just doing a wrap-up for the year for San Clemente. Well, frankly, that's a hell of a wrap-up. So, thank you, everybody. I'd really like to recognize the people that are left out of these recognition processes and awards. Without people like you, and without the Planning Commission, and without our wonderful city engineers and our planners who have a willing set of ears, focused on people like me, none of this could happen. So all of us, this whole community, this great community, doesn't matter what side of what issue you're on, we have a wonderful place here, and for that I'm personally really grateful. Your willingness to listen and think differently about transportation and bicycle and pedestrian issues is just fabulous, and the League of American Bicyclists has taken note of us, and they are trying to work out a schedule to come here and visit our community and tour our community next week to perhaps give us recommendations on how we can become even more bicycle friendly. So hopefully that wonderful Class 1 protected bicycle and pedestrian path going on North El Camino Real sometime soon, all the other wonderful improvements. I think the Netherlands better look out, because I think we're going to be better than they are. So thank you, City Council, City Manager, City Staff, and Planning Commission, current, past, and hopefully future. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Brenda. Sheila Ridge. Then Scott Smith.
Hi, my name is Sheila Ridge, and I've lived in San Clemente for 23 years. And I'm going to address a topic very quickly that everyone kind of does this to, is the homelessness. I've come up with a couple of really good ideas. The first one is, people don't want to see people on the street sprawled with all their belongings and stuff. You walk past it and you're just like, oh, you know, it's both ways. And those people are looking for, that's kind of an intention. And you don't want them bathing in your ponds and your backyards and different places, but the state park has places where you can take a shower, hot showers that are locked, and it takes tokens. It costs money. I've spoken to Marjorie at FAM, and it's not set in stone, but we talked about maybe a pilot program for like 60 days to have, these tokens, like 20, the Parks and Rec. It's a win-win situation because Parks and Rec would get the money. The city would get the money back, go right back into the city, however much money it would be. There's like 97, I've counted like 97 homeless people. I don't know what your count is, and I've spoken to them too, and it's very, people they don't want to be dirty, okay? That's one part. Now, what are we going to do with the clothes, okay? They're going to get clean, but, how are we going to give them these tokens? We'll give them to them. They have a feed on Sundays down at the Boys and Girls Club. The churches, each church, take a turn each week, and it's amazing. And there's a gentleman named Mike who is in charge of it. We could distribute the tokens then at the feed. And in that time, it takes about an hour and a half. The people could bring a couple of changes of clothes. I've already talked to the laundromat that's right up the street. They have 25 dryers and 25 washers and 13 dryers. And we could wash a couple of changes of clothes for everybody. We could make a system. We have volunteers. And their clothes would be clean by the time they got that they finished eating at the feed. Most of the homeless go to that particular feed on Sundays. And what about their stuff, all their belongings? Carrying it around, it's like a big sign, I am homeless. And it's not a good feeling. I mean, there before you goes I. And, there's a couple of places here in town, U-Haul's not interested, but there's a few places that are interested maybe for a tax break and maybe a little to provide some lockers and guarantee that they wouldn't be able to go and hang out, but just to put their things away. Again, this is a pilot program, just a 60-day, not set in stone. And then transportation. How are they going to get around to all these different places? Well, bus passes are $5 a pop. That's a lot of money, and people donate those to FAM, and that's great. But why don't we come up with a system like an Uber drivers? Like back in '84, Buick in Arizona gave me a Buick Century, Olympic Century to drive, and I've contacted them, and they're going to contact the Buick here and see if we can donate a couple of vehicles and get a couple of volunteers to, do like they do with the drunk driving with the Uber drivers. I mean, it's just something to think about, and I hear all these different solutions, but I've been there. So, all right, thank you. Have a nice day.
Sheila? We have a Human Affairs Committee, which is a group of citizens. If you're interested in sharing your ideas further, contact the city manager, and he can give you the chairman of the Human Affairs Committee's contact information.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Scott Smith.
Hi, Sheila, thank you. I met you down at the New Stairs a few weeks ago, and you're a very interesting person to speak to, and thank you for bringing up something in regards to the homeless people. I actually moved to San Clemente last fall as a homeless person from Phoenix, Arizona, where I resided for several years and had visited here in San Clemente for quite some time. Unfortunately, I was hit by a police car in the city of Phoenix, and Arizona has a very short period of time in which to sue the city and make claims, and I was denied my insurance from my own company, State Farm, and ended up over here staying with my sister. So I'd like to address to the city a problem that I ran across while transitioning to live with my sister here in San Clemente. My sister bought a duplex in need of massive repair on Canada, and in the meantime, over the last 7-8 months, I've spent a lot of time fixing and repairing and beautifying this property. You have a street sweeping situation that goes on that I'm not familiar with. Most people that visit the area, I find out, aren't very familiar with. And I parked my vehicle on the wrong side of the street and got a ticket. Well, I understand that can happen, but the signs in my neighborhood on one side of the street say street cleaning is on this day, the opposite side of the street it's on a different day. But the signs are far, far apart, and I didn't realize that I had a street cleaning situation going on. My vehicle was blocked in by a red Corvette in a parking space next door to the house, which is known as Laura's house for displaced and women who are with children that need a temporary place to live, basically homeless women. But you also have a situation there where a massive amount of social workers come and visit, and they take up all the parking. The city supposedly approved building this beautiful new duplex-style building, and they took up all the street parking, but the people that come to accommodate social workers and so on to work with these women, and the police department as well, double parks and has us flashing lights on in front of our home constantly. You have a severe parking problem down there. I was blocked in. I'm disputing a ticket, have been disputing the ticket for months. The sheriff's department or police department I was referred to downstairs told me to sue the city. I didn't think that was a very good idea, but I had to sue the city of Phoenix, so I'm kind of experienced at it. I'm willing to take it on, but I don't think I should have to. So I came here tonight to address why you are outsourcing the parking ticket situation for street cleaning. I think it's kind of crazy that you would outsource something instead of bringing it back home. The other issue that I have is when I went to the city here, no one helped me. They basically just passed the buck, and I've never got any assistance, so I ended up having to come here to address the situation to try to find out what can be done about my parking ticket, rather than getting in a phone argument with the person who supposedly handles it and told that my time ran out.
Call the city manager tomorrow, and he'll direct you in the right, he'll put you in the right direction, Mr. Smith.
All right, thank you. Also on that slip, I also brought up vacant parcels. I think
You're going to have to come back next week and talk about it. You only get 3 minutes. We got business to attend to.
All right, thank
sir.
you.
You bet. Gary Hedrick, and then Lori Hedrick, and then Jennifer Massey.
Good evening. I'm Gary Hedrick, San Clemente Green, and I have a lot to cover, so I'll read through it. The severity of what I have to say would be better understood if you had a chance to watch what may become one of the most significant movies of 2016, The Big Short. The gist of the movie is that it explains just how the crash of 2008 came about, leaving the masses holding the bag while those responsible ran off with our homes and hard-earned savings, never to be held accountable. Basically, Wall Street bankers gambled with our livelihoods while regulators looked the other way, denying any possibility of a bubble. They knew all along that eventually the government, you and me, would have to bail them out once the truth was no longer avoidable. The same kind of scenario may be unfolding in the nuclear industry today, specifically at San Onofre. Our bubble consists of tons of radioactive materials being stored in containers which are known to be susceptible to cracking, possibly within just a few short years from now. Hard evidence of dirty little secrets and unscrupulous activities have been uncovered by those who are really paying attention, while countless innocent and unwary people stand in harm's way. Like Wall Street, Edison seems anxious to stick us with the risk while they reap the profits. They intend to bury 89 times more radiation than was released in the Chernobyl accident in sandstone bluffs 100 feet from the Pacific Ocean and only inches above the water table, using inferior stainless steel tanks only a half-inch thick, surrounded by concrete. Apparently, the industry's objective is to meet the minimum standards already lowered by their captured regulators and get all the waste into dry cask storage before any radiation begins to escape these cheaper, thin canisters. Other countries use containers 10 to 20 inches thick. At that point, the waste becomes the taxpayer's problem. Should there be a leak, it would be too late to move the highly radioactive waste, and 8.5 million people living within 50 miles could be left stranded and exposed. Those who saw the inevitable defaults coming in 2008 invested wisely by betting against the banks, but we can't afford to win a bet, resulting in all of us becoming irradiated. Instead, we need to invest in the best storage system possible with many layers of redundant safety features, adequate emergency handling capabilities, and a realistic plan to relocate this menacing waste as soon as possible. The appalling truth is that these already approved plans have been made by people who are either currently under investigation or should be. Let's make 2016 the year we stopped a plan that would shift liability from a reckless nuclear power industry to the public, leaving us with consequences. We must stand together and call for responsible steps to be taken to protect ourselves and our precious planet. We can't let the insidious desires of selfish and unrepentant fools like those who propped up the lies of Wall Street pop this bubble. It's not financial, it's radioactive. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori?
Lori Hedrick, San Clemente Green. Happy New Year, Mayor and Council. Just yesterday, NBC7 reported on a newly released documents revealing secret talks about the condition of the land at Songs and details of how nuclear material was handled at the plant since the 1980s. After reviewing the documents, Joe Happenfeld, an expert on the nuclear power industry, said, quote, "It was unbelievable what they were doing there. My general impression from what I have seen in the report is San Onofre was very, very sloppy, very, very careless in handling radioactive material," unquote. Diane Jacob, San Diego County Supervisor, said, "The revelation about the sloppy handling of radioactive material at San Onofre is very troubling and underscores the need for the federal government to remove nuclear waste from the plant. When it comes to dealing with the deadly material, there is no room for error. Since we live even closer to the problem, we are asking you to weigh in on the matter as well. Perhaps an independent investigation into how much radiation is surrounding the plant is called for. We are asking you to be supportive of our concerns. When we hear that secret negotiations are going on between Camp Pendleton and Edison regarding radioactive contamination of the site, we get nervous, and we think you should be concerned and proactive about getting answers to some of the very serious concerns. It is important to remember who we're dealing with. Edison put us all at great risk when they knowingly installed new steam generators that had design flaws. After the steam generators leaked, Edison proposed restarting them for 6 months to see what happens without even fixing them first. The regulators, much like those on Wall Street, were complacent and willing to look the other way. It wasn't until the citizens rose up to challenge them that they finally backed down. We need you to stand with us to make sure the entire decommissioning process goes right, and that includes knowing with certainty just how much contamination is left behind, and more urgently, how much is still there now, while we've been enjoying the surf and sand in blissful ignorance all these years. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Massey, please.
I'd also like to join Lori in wishing you all a Happy New Year and a really great year. 2016 is going to be the best ever for all of us, okay? Agreed? Agreed. Okay, thank you. Okay. All right. I'll try and be quick here. Is it not unjust for the utility customers to pay over $3.3 billion, that's with a big B, billion dollars for the failed generators, which were less than 1 year old? They were designed by the utility, and the design had been altered from those they were to replace to be more efficient, resulting in more profit for the utility. And to top it all off, the utility broke the law by not reporting the changes to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. When San Onofre was approved, the public was told the waste would be removed and the site restored to its original state. We expect that promise to be fulfilled. It is not up to the citizens to provide transportation and storage for the 3,600,000 pounds of nuclear waste. As our elected representatives, we ask for your help to resolve this life-threatening issue and to assist in assessing the utility with this responsibility. We absolutely cannot allow the waste to be stored on a site that is vulnerable to earthquakes, tsunamis, an ocean environment with over 8 million people living nearby, and the threats today, more than ever, of terrorism. So we ask for your help with these two hugely important issues. We will gladly support you, and working together, let us make our voices heard in Sacramento and in Washington, D.C. Please, can you tonight make a commitment to the citizens of San Clemente that you pledge in 2016 to actively work to remove all nuclear waste away from where it now sits and to not allow it to be stored on site. Thank you very much.
Don Slater.
Happy New Year, Mayor Bob Baker and Kathy, Mayor and Pro Tem, and the rest of City Council. It's good to see you. I had a real quick story and then a suggestion. I was walking by the bulb outs a couple days ago. Sunny, nice day. I think it might have been New Year's Day. And a family with a young child was walking across that crosswalk, and there was 2 cars waiting while they did it, and the child was skipping from one white line to the next. That was an amazing, oh, my hair. That was an amazing sight, a child playing while crossing that intersection. Thank you. I mean, I had to share that. Also, I saw the dirt or the sand that was pushed up around the snack stand, and it occurred to me that this is going to be a really sandy winter with a lot of sand flushing out of that river up there and coming down like it did 3 years ago when we had that really wet 2 weeks. It might have been 4 years ago in January. If we could take an excavator, because I know you can't drive it down if the tide isn't really low, but you could take an excavator, reach out and grab the sand and pull it up and dump it up on North Beach, grab brand new beautiful sand as it goes by, and not let it go all the way back down to Oceanside and out into the canyon. Just, I know that you probably can't with the other beaches because you don't have that permit for being able to get sand if it becomes an opportunity. Well, you got an opportunity. I'm sure the city has an excavator somewhere. You drive out there and just drag it up and pile it up. If you got a 20-foot berm of sand on the surface of North Beach, I don't think anybody's going to complain that we don't use the North Beach during a few months of spring or winter while we collect enough sand to fix it for a long time. So that was what I wanted to say. Thank you, and have a great evening.
Okay, thanks, Don. Any more cards? Okay. I'll entertain a motion waiving reading in full of all resolutions and ordinance.
So moved.
There a second? Sure, second. All in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. Joanne?
Closed session report, City Attorney.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. There was no reportable action taken in closed session.
All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion unless council, staff, or the public requests removal of an item for separate discussion and action. The public has requested the removal of item 6F.
Chris? Kathy?
I also wanted to speak on F. Move the balance.
Second.
Okay, motion by Donchak, second by Ward to move the balance. All in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. Joanne? 6F, who would like to speak from the public about that?
And that item is OCTA's proposed 2016 bus service plan.
Laura Hannaford, please come on up.
Thank you. I'm Laura Hannaford. I've been a resident of San Clemente for 29 years, and this is the second time OCTA has attempted to remove these particular routes, which it's a personal issue for me. I have a daughter with a disability and who's unable to drive, and it allows her to be independent to the maximum extent possible, taking a route that allows her to attend Saddleback Community College, allows her to go to the movies without mom and dad, it allows her to go shopping without mom and dad. And I appreciate that the city's writing a letter regarding this issue so San Clemente is not isolated from the rest of Orange County in terms of public transportation. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura, you want to say a couple of words about that?
I do.
Folks, the applause is well-intentioned, I'm sure, but it's distracting and not appropriate. So, thanks.
So I'm also very glad that staff took the initiative to write a letter to OCTA. I wanted to suggest some revisions to it. I actually had OCTA send me the boarding information for the 191 and the 193. And the background on this is that OCTA is working from a county point of view to maximize bus ridership. And 5 years ago, they made some changes, and it's 5 years later, and some of those changes, it looks like, need to be revisited. But just for perspective, the 193 bus, which runs on weekdays, on average only has 5 people per bus, and so it's hard to be cost responsible with that. But having said that, it's got some important stops, such as the San Clemente High School and the Pico Presidio area. So I'm mentioning that. And then the 191 has, on its best day, 28 riders per bus, but on average on the weekends less than 10. So what I'd like to do is suggest some revisions to this letter that make it more need-based, and specifically to the speaker's point, Saddleback, of those 339 people that ride the bus on a weekday, 48 of them go to Saddleback. It's the biggest destination. So maybe we could talk to OCTA about streamlining the routes. Both routes run 12 and 13 hours a day. Maybe it's a compressed schedule. Maybe we drop the weekend from the 191. In other words, don't leave us high and dry, but maybe be more strategic in terms of our needs. And my final point is, and I walked by to confirm this on Sunday, we put in bus stops across from the outlet mall on Vista Hermosa, and my understanding is there's 1,000 jobs at the outlet malls, and who knows how many visitors there's going to be. But I'd like them to weigh in on how that new commercial activity and residential activity in the community might or might not affect the routes that service San Clemente. So I was going to ask for some changes in the letter to be more need-driven and shout out the importance of Saddleback, our willingness to maybe streamline what we get, and attention to the outlet malls. Thank you.
If we're going to add,
it comes from the mayor. So
if we're going to add things to this, I'd like to also emphasize how important it is to continue to have service at the hospital in that area.
And in your recommendations, you said fewer stops. Do you mean fewer actual bus stops, or fewer stops to where we have less buses coming per hour?
Okay, I'm not a mathematician. However, I got down into this, and on one of the routes, it was the 191, 9 of the stops on a weekday, nobody gets on and nobody gets off. And so it seems like there's not a need there, okay? With the 193, it was the same thing. There are actual stops. Camino Real has a lot of activity. The buses that run along Camino Real provide an important service, but I can't name some of the ones that nobody gets on and off.
Okay, I was going to ask you that. Which ones don't get on?
Off the top of my
okay.
A lot of them were down at like the very south end of the county, down by.
How does it help, though, to have the bus not stop? Because it's no one's there. They're stopping. The bus drivers are used to doing it. It's just a procedure they do, and then they move on. How does it help to not eliminate those?
To the point that was in the letter from staff, there's some marketing things. For example, there's express buses that run in Anaheim and Santa Ana, and it's a different psychology. You know that you'll be able to get to Saddleback in 18 minutes rather than 48 minutes. So it's a marketing thing, and then the drivers behave differently because by requirements they have to stop and.
So the theory is you're actually stopping at where people are getting on, and you're not wasting their time for the 9 stops that they'd have to stop.
Right.
Okay.
And creating bus service that salutes the school. San Clemente High School is also a heavy place where people get on and off.
Would OCTA consider, I know we've discussed this previously, OCTA consider using a supplement in terms of in ride-sharing services, or like an Uber or a Lyft, instead of providing these routes, for example, for the lady who had a handicapped child, providing an Uber credit that would accomplish the exact same thing, but without having to send empty buses around to pick it up.
Well, and that's an excellent point, because they have the access program, which is for people, it is a little bit of a challenge if independence is your goal, but there's door-to-door service available through the access program. Our city's in the process of applying for a circulator that would just serve San Clemente, that would be a substitute for the bus for a lot of people. There's bus vouchers, as the woman spoke about earlier. There's lots of things. And then finally, to your specific question, OCTA is in conversations with Lyft and Uber and some of those last mile.
That would be a perfect solution for our town.
Yeah, transportation service. So that, it's probably years
It's worth
off.
pursuing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so if there's comfort with those additions and there's understanding as to what they are, I'll move the item.
Okay.
We're adding hospitals and...
I'll second it.
Okay. All right. Motion by Donchak, second by Brown. All in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously, Joanne.
The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the City Council will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. First public hearing is to consider the adoption of city-initiated amendments to prohibit or regulate medical marijuana dispensaries, marijuana manufacturers, marijuana cultivation, marijuana testing laboratories, and delivery of marijuana.
Good evening, members of the City Council. Jim Petches, City Planner. This is a City Council-initiated amendment to the zoning ordinance and specific plans to prohibit cannabis dispensaries, manufacturers, cultivation, delivery, and testing labs in all land use zones in the city. Currently, the city prohibits cannabis dispensaries in all commercial zones of the city. This amendment, as proposed, would expand this prohibition to all zones and would include the cannabis manufacturing, cultivation, and delivery and testing labs to be also prohibited. The Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act of 2015 allows us to have local control and regulation on these uses. And the way the act was written currently in its form, there is a limit of March 1st, 2016 for the city to enact an ordinance. And for that reason, we want to move forward with these amendments as soon as possible, or risk the city losing our local control and being subject to state regulations. This item was reviewed, and the ordinance was reviewed by the Planning Commission at the December 16th meeting, and the Planning Commission has recommended approval of the ordinance as well as staff. So we're here to answer any questions, and that ends our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Petches. Anyone have any?
Oh, one other thing.
All right.
On the dais, we included Exhibit A and B that goes along with the ordinance.
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Petches? Thanks. Chris, you got anything? No? All right. With that, we'll open the public hearing. Any? What? With that, we're going to open the public hearing right now. So if you've got a card, have you brought it up front? Well, please do so. No other cards, Joanne?
I don't have any so far.
Yeah, folks, if you want to speak to this, speak on this subject, please fill out a blue card and bring it up to the city clerk here. Yes, ma'am. Please go right ahead.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity. My name's Tony Barnard, and about 8 months ago, I was picking out a coffin, stage 4, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma and a brain tumor. Prior to that, I had cervical, uterine, and ovarian cancer. I did the traditional chemotherapy, radiation, 2013 to 2014, and was cleared from cancer. Having it come back stage 4, and gone again through the traditional chemotherapy, UCLA, USC, all these different treatments, and going out there and doing everything I could possibly do, they said, you're going to die. I moved to San Clemente, not with the intention of trying medical marijuana. I'm conservative, Republican, Christian. I don't go out and party. And a veteran had seen me fall because I was so weak, down to 84 pounds. And he picked me up and he said, I know somebody that can help you. Now, I went through the normal realms to go get a recreational card. Every time I had to go to the hospital, I brought it with me. They're like, we really don't care if you're, whatever you're doing. I didn't take it by smoking a joint, like maybe people in the past used to do. I haven't smoked weed since I was 17 years old. I took it in the form of a capsule. I took it in oils, essential oils, but I couldn't leave my house because I couldn't drive because I have a brain tumor. So I had people bring it to me. Now, I don't think it's right to take somebody like me that's 38 years old that had her foot in the ground and say we're not able to get access if we have a card issued by the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. James E. Adams, MD, please.
Good evening. I moved to San Clemente 11 years ago, and very much enjoy being here. Probably will only going toes up is the way I'm probably going to leave San Clemente. For 41 years, I have practiced psychiatry. And I am very aware of the whole issues about marijuana. I have found the use of medical marijuana, for the most part, and I briefly would address what this lady is going through, it has been very destructive to my attempt to treat people. There are very few legitimate medical studies on the efficacy, the workability of marijuana on many things for which marijuana is prescribed in a medical way. There are several myths about marijuana. One is that it's not addicting. It is highly addicting, and 9 to 10% of people who smoke marijuana develop a genuine addiction to it. The fact, it is stated somewhat in the press that it helps mental illness. There is no study that shows that marijuana helps mental illness, and there's lots of studies about how it can cause anxiety and other serious issues. The possible benefits are, I believe, for very limited chronic pain, people with malignancies, some very difficult life situations. But my concern about having a dispensary is the drift downs to teenagers and adolescents. They're not ordinarily prescribed marijuana, however, they get it through medical dispensaries because they have an older brother. 50% of 18 to 25-year-olds have or regularly use marijuana. I have had adolescents that I have treated that have gotten it through the medical marijuana system illegally. There are definite studies that marijuana in adolescence is particularly destructive with learning, memory, and decision making. And I believe that there may be a place for it with certain patients, but I think a medical marijuana dispensary in San Clemente, I just don't think there's enough need for it for the true medical, which is very small, and I think there's a whole lot more downscale, and it has certainly made my attempt to treat a lot of patients much more difficult.
Thank you, sir. Jim Gonzalez. And Marcy Mednick will be next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and distinguished members of the City Council. My name is Jim Gonzalez. I'm from Sacramento, California. I'm a government affairs consultant. I'm here today to convey to you a letter from the law firm of Clark Newberg, one of the largest law firms that helps small businesses involved in the cannabis industry in California, which is estimated to be a $2 billion industry, with compliance and licensing and things like that. There is this misconception that by March 1st you have to take sweeping action banning all functions and services related to medical cannabis. As you see in that packet, there's a letter from Assemblyman Jim Wood, one of the co-authors of MMRSA, the Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act of California, which basically he states that it was a mistake to have that March 1st, that he and Governor Brown are going to correct that in this legislative session, and that frankly there is time for cities and counties to move deliberately and diligently on evaluating in the spirit of local control if dispensaries work for them, if testing facilities work for them, if delivery services work for them. And what I'm here to address, and as part of this, is the issue of manufacturing. There is no deadline for you to take an action on manufacturing. And manufacturing, usually occurs in industrial, secure, and safe parks with no contact with the public, no resale sites, especially if it's pre-packaging and especially if it's labeling. Now, let's understand that the type of products that now exist after 20 years of now final research. I mean, we just saw Sanjay Gupta on CNN say he made a mistake and that he does see medical value and showed a 3-part series on the medical research that is quite compelling on medicinal cannabis. But let me state that there are products out there like patches, skin patches, the kind that you put like on your skin to relieve arthritic pain. There are products out there that are for horses. Basically, horses, develop arthritis, as do pets and animals, and these are substances that have no psychoactive involvement at all. It's basically what they call CBD, CBA, a whole variety of stuff that has nothing to do with getting a high. There are these facilities in other cities contribute to their economic vitality. They create jobs, and I think that that one of the things that I myself, coming from Sacramento in the last few weeks, I have to compliment the mayor and the city council for really having an outstanding community development staff that spoke to me and instructed me. Great, off the street, I walk into the office here and I get great treatment by the county clerk and the deputy county clerk, the planning commission. You should be very proud. You have a culture of public service here. I travel and go to cities, and I'll tell you, it's not the same. The level of courtesy and helpfulness that you have, you should be very, very proud of. And that's why I think that if you don't rush to judgment and you create a study of what are the right type of medical cannabis industries that should exist in places like San Clemente, true to your mission statement. Your mission statement talks about how you will preserve the quality of life in the city by promoting economic vitality and diversity. This is a chance. No one's rushing you at the state. This is your chance to engage, at least looking at the small business side of this and the side of it that's not psychoactive, the side that doesn't affect children, the side that just affects small businesses, putting out stuff that helps people with arthritic pain and helps people with cancer and the results of going through chemotherapy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Marcy Mednick, please, and then Susan Parmalee.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Normally I'm here speaking on behalf of the Wellness and Prevention Center, but tonight I'm actually here on behalf of Mission Hospital. And I work with the Community Benefit Department, and we do things in the community to help support the health of the people that we serve. And in 2014, we did a very thorough community needs assessment, which you may be familiar with. And that needs assessment shows that we have a very high, a lot of issues with substance abuse and mental health, particularly in South Orange County and our coastal communities. And that's why I'm here with Mission Hospital doing what I do. And that's also why I'm here this evening, to hope that you will continue, as the Planning Commission recommended, to support this ordinance. And being a Catholic hospital, one of our primary mission is to serve our vulnerable population, and that is our youth. And having marijuana dispensaries in our community, it lowers their perception of harm. Just seeing the advertising, the community culture, and that's really what we're concerned with, and in trying to protect our vulnerable population. So I'm asking that you approve Ordinance 1613, and hope that you'll do that this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Parmalee, and then Angela Conrad.
Mayor Baker, council members, city staff. I speak to you, I'm representing the Wellness and Prevention Center tonight, and as one of the directors and actually the only employee, we do have a problem with marijuana in this town. And every time we say to kids, oh, it's okay, we can let a couple businesses in, again, it does normalize it for them, reduces their perception of harm. In Colorado now, over 75% of juniors in high school believe there's no risk in marijuana use. The number of kids now in addiction treatment for marijuana has now gone up 3 times since in Colorado since they have made marijuana so readily available, as has the youth homeless population has increased dramatically. We already have issues with addiction in town. I work daily with families who are trying to make difficult decisions to spend all of their college tuition on their kids' rehab, and it's a marijuana addiction. I see kids give up. I see soccer student athletes stop participating in their life. And the minute we allow this to be in town and available to the kids, it's already here, but when we make it easier, it just is going to escalate our problems. I really want to applaud city staff and the Planning Commission for taking advantage of this brief time frame to really make some rules here, and that way we model to the youth what's important and what should go on in our community. Our mission at the Wellness and Prevention Center is to raise healthy youth, and one of our strategies is to educate and advocate, so that's what I'm here to do tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. Angela Conrad, and then Susan Lind.
Hi there, my name is Angela Conrad, and I've lived in San Clemente for 10 years, and I additionally brought you a copy of the letter from Assemblyman Jim Wood, and additionally I brought you a memo from Americans for Safe Access that's addressed to local governments for this specific reason. I do not consume marijuana, but it's my opinion that the proposed ordinance is to completely prohibit cannabis is unfair, unrealistic, and not well thought out at this time. This proposed ordinance will be a disservice to San Clemente. I work with senior citizens, and a couple of years ago I met with a senior who lives in the Talega community, and during our business meeting she shared with me that she has Parkinson's disease, and she smokes a little marijuana to control her tremors. And the marijuana allows her to a more productive life, and she's still able to cook and do her artwork. I know another San Clemente resident, a friend of mine, who had a bad reaction to the narcotic drug that she was taking for insomnia. And she attends church, conducts Bible studies, works and lives in our community. And she now consumes edible marijuana products on the recommendation of her doctor and is off the narcotic drug. Last year, there was my friend, her mother was dying from stomach cancer, and she was on hospice. She provided her mother with edible marijuana products with the approval of her mother's MD in preference to anti-anxiety drugs because it helped calm her mother without doping her into incoherence. Yes, marijuana is used recreationally and illegally, but a quick search on weedmaps.com is by no means a responsible way to research and create a blanket ordinance that negatively impacts San Clemente patients and citizens that are on hospice, suffering from cancer, PTSD, MS, arthritis, insomnia, and more. This proposed ordinance creates an environment equal to bootlegging and smuggling. It's a fear-based proposal. People died during that era because of ignorance and the lack of laws for alcohol. Even the city of Laguna Woods has the foresight and has an ordinance that allows safe access and responsible access to marijuana. Marijuana is used by citizens of San Clemente. I propose that you zone it, tax it, regulate it for safe access. Vet and limit the proposed businesses, but don't ignorantly create an ineffective ordinance that won't protect its citizens. I've emailed you and printed out copies of the letter from the Assemblyman Jim Wood. It's addressed to local governments, clarifying the March 1st deadline, as Mr. Gonzalez stated. The City of San Clemente does have time to research a safe way to regulate access to medical marijuana. And I ask that you table this issue and draft an ordinance that protects San Clemente. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Susan Lynn, and then Richard Benjamin would be next. And that, Mr. Benjamin's my last card, so if you want to speak, please turn a card in.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Susan Lind. I have lived in San Clemente since 1985, and coming from a law enforcement family, I was vehemently opposed to marijuana in any way, shape, or form until I developed chronic pain and spinal tumors, and was so over-medicated by my physicians that I was housebound and could not function. It was suggested that I try medical marijuana. I have not smoked it. However, I have consumed oral marijuana, CBD cannabis, and creams and patches, and am happy to say that I am off of all opiates, antidepressants, anti-anxiety medications, and all other medications. I understand the need for responsible regulation, and I know that there have been some studies concerning youth and how marijuana use affects youth. However, because marijuana is a Schedule I narcotic in the United States, it has not really been studied to the extent that it has in other countries, particularly in Europe and Scandinavia. And I would ask that the city table this broad sweeping recommendation to completely ban cannabis in our town. I understand concerns regarding a dispensary. However, to deny a person who is homebound the opportunity to have medical marijuana delivered discreetly to their residents, I think provides a tremendous disservice to those of us who are suffering and can't necessarily transport ourselves to a brick and mortar dispensary. I wasn't planning on speaking on this topic. I actually came this evening to speak on another topic, but saw this on the agenda. So I would ask that you table this recommendation until further research can be done, so that those of us who are in genuine need can, at the very least, have marijuana delivered to our residences. I understand that you might not wish to have a brick and mortar dispensary or even a laboratory that cultivates cannabis. However, having someone come in a motor vehicle and discreetly deliver cannabis to the privacy of one's residence should not be outlawed, in my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Richard Benjamin?
I'm Richard Benjamin. Yeah, I was noticed this ordinance today and decided to come and speak. I'm concerned by a few things tonight, but a lot of it is the knee-jerk reaction to regulate something that really hasn't been researched or studied. When I look at crime reports in the paper and things in this town, it seems to me that most of the incidences that are happening that are drug-related are all alcohol-related, yet I see no regulation on bars, selling liquor stores, things like that. And it is an extremely dangerous, toxic drug. There's lots of damage, lots of overdose, lots of death. Last year, there was 0 overdoses and deaths from the usage of marijuana in the world. So anyway, I mean, I'm just going to make that point. In Colorado, the tax revenue far exceeded the estimates of what they thought. Drunk driving incidences are down. Pharmaceutical overdoses are down. Crime is down. And much of it is related to and much of it is being, credited due to the legalization of marijuana. So what I would ask is that before you regulated us and came up with regulations, that you really studied the issue and studied what kind of issues we're already having in this town, because unlike what the psychiatrist said earlier, there is a huge percentage of marijuana users in this town, and whether they're smoking it to get high or using it medically, I'm not going to get into that, but the percentage is quite large, and I think it would be important to compare what's really causing problems, with any kind of drug use, whether it's alcohol, marijuana, hard drugs. And before you regulate us, I think it's important to present us with numbers that show it needs to be regulated. And thus far, I've seen nothing that indicates that it does need to be regulated. Thank you very much.
All right, anybody else? No other cards. I'll close the public hearing. Anybody want to start? Go ahead.
Waiting a little while to study, it's not going to change my opinion on it. I think it does send a mixed message to our young people here in the town, and I'm not willing to do that and go that far. I think if they see, a medical dispensary on El Camino that, their perception of it, I liked that I heard it, that it does lower their perception of harm. It's kind of what I was thinking anyway, but they think it's okay. And the fact that the city actually allowed that is giving it even more credibility, so I'm not willing to vote for that.
Okay. Thank you. Chris? Go ahead. Okay. Anybody else?
Well, I do have a question regarding, just as a matter of clarification, this letter and receipt from Jim Wood that states that, he's trying to clarify effectively the March 1st deadline in the MMRSA. And in changing the assembly bill, this is information that we received, but ultimately there's nothing concrete other than this letter that has been provided to us. Based on the information we have a March 1st deadline. It's written in the assembly bill, and all of the letters of clarification, open letters you receive, don't change the assembly bill and the law. Is that correct, Scott?
Yeah, no, that's right. There's been talk that that date might change. The sponsor's all for it. He says the governor is too. But until the date in the bill changes, there's really no time to spare. When you take the date that's on the books now and look at your agenda schedule, there's barely enough time to
for
make
a second
that date
reading.
anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
So ultimately, although I appreciate the clarification, the attempts to try and create something we are subject to and operate under state law, not state intentions for law. And ultimately, we have to make our decisions based on what's right by San Clemente, and also, and this has a little bit to do with the control. If we don't develop and make these decisions by the 1st of March, we have no more rights effectively after that. So, for my part, although I appreciate the clarification, it's not enough to change my mind. And frankly, I'm in support of the fact that we should be able to regulate and control these items. So.
I also share concern about the youth and some of the paperwork that was handed out to us. Colorado once ranked a distant 14th and now #1 in youth usage. So where we differ from Laguna Woods is we do have a lot of families with young kids, and that's an important piece of the puzzle. I'm going to be supporting the commission and staff recommendation with the understanding that there's going to be a day where this is regulated at the state and perhaps even the federal level. But in the meantime, doing what's best at the local level, I think is a mandate. And that's basically my thought process.
So I came with a couple questions while I was listening to the speakers. I think I share a lot of the concerns on both sides from the speakers that spoke this evening. The first one that I came up with is, Scott, are we prohibiting the use of marijuana in this ordinance at all?
No, this doesn't regulate that at all.
So people who are using medically still have the ability to use it, correct?
That's still protected under state law, yes.
And if any marijuana laws were to change at the state level or at the federal level, do we have the ability to go back and make modifications to this ordinance?
You do if you act on this tonight. You don't if you don't.
Perfect. Yeah. And the last one, just for clarity's sake, is talking about the delivery service. On page, what is this here? Page Title 17 zoning, it's part of the amendments. There's not a page number on it, I'm sorry. But anyway, I'll just read it to you here. Cannabis delivery means the commercial transfer of cannabis or cannabis products and includes origination or termination within the city as well as a delivery business. So the way I'm reading this, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that there is no commercial delivery of cannabis, but an individual end user delivery service based outside the city of San Clemente can still operate.
That's right.
Okay. So with all those questions answered, I'm comfortable moving forward with staff's recommendation this evening.
All right, and Chris, those are all important points. I'm glad you brought those up. Those are very important points to clarify. And the point about the federal government and the state government, we're all well aware that there's more to follow on this subject. So we'll be prepared to do that. With that, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we introduce ordinance number 1613, entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, approving zoning amendment 15-456, amending Title 17 of the San Clemente Municipal Code, and approving the specific plan amendment 15-471, amending the Rancho San Clemente specific plan to Lega specific plan and West Pico Corridor specific plan to prohibit cannabis cultivation, cannabis manufacturing, cannabis testing laboratories, cannabis delivery, and cannabis dispensaries.
Motion by Brown, second by Ward. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously, Joanne.
Mayor, if I could, the next item is penalties for excessive water use, and I'm going to propose that we continue this for a few months until the state makes their next move on what their plans are going forward, because I can still make this recommendation after we hear the staff report, but if you read the staff report, it talks about uncertainty as to what kind of state restrictions we're going to be looking at in 2016, what the drought landscape is going to look like in 2016. So I feel that this is less time sensitive than other things on our agenda this evening, so I just wanted to put that out there.
So to be clear, you're for lowering you're not for lowering the fines. You're for keeping the fines where they're at.
I'm for staying the course right now because our deliverable was 24%. We are just above 25% right now. So we are, with the current program, we're meeting our targets. So it's not like we're overshooting the target. But the bigger point to me is we don't know what the rain's going to do, and we don't know what the state's going to ask of us, because the idea that San Clemente gave so generously from a conservation point of view this year to be asked again next year for another 25% is a stunning uncertainty. So it's just, we can listen, I'll still come with that in deliberations, but I thought in the interest of the other things on the agenda that we might want to continue it.
Lori, I appreciate your perspective, but I think we need to make some adjustments. So I would like to hear it this evening and discuss it.
We may or may not. I'm just saying tonight's not the night to have to make it. We got 2 inches of rain tonight.
I think the issue on the hand, though, is the fines, not necessarily the water. And so I think that's what needs to be discussed. So I think you're saying let's hear them out, so let's hear them out, and then if you want to raise a vote, we can do that.
Okay, just trying to.
Yeah. I appreciate what you're doing.
Especially since we're losing you at 9:30 tonight, I just wanted to make sure you.
All right, with that, I'll go ahead and start my brief presentation, and then I'll leave it open for comments and questions. So if we can, used to it here. Okay, so why are we here? Give a little bit of history. There was a drought declaration that the governor declared and gave a statewide mandatory reduction of 25%. San Clemente's reduction was 24%. In response to that, the city declared a level 3 drought and also adopted excess use penalties for tiers 2 and 3. So to give you a little bit of kind of a history to date use, so we've just entered the winter season of our water rates. So November was the first month of that winter season, and as you can see, winter is much harder for conservation than the summer months. So San Clemente did fantastic during the summer months. We saw a surplus of savings as it relates to our 24% state target. However, November we missed it by 3%, and we're anticipating that we will miss December's goal by about 7%, so we'll be 17% of that 24. So we're still early on. So originally when we came to council and talked about water rates, we talked about possibly suspending them. But when we started looking at the actual uses, we kind of got a little concerned that we can't suspend them quite yet because we're probably going to have some issues with the winter months.
And just for the record, we didn't miss it by 7%, we missed it by 30%, 7 points, but that's a 30%. We were supposed to make 24% of a cutback, and we only made a 17. You're just looking at the point change?
Correct.
Rather than the percent. So
Correct.
we missed it by a third this month.
That's accurate.
Okay.
Okay, so the proposal we brought forward tonight is to reduce the excess penalties rather than eliminate them, as I spoke about. The city has missed our conservation target in the recent months, as I already indicated, and we want to continue to maintain a clear message of conservation still needs to be had. One of the things that we looked at, but we're not recommending, is a per unit approach, or we're recommending a per unit approach versus a flat fine, which is more equitable to the end user. And so the staff recommendations are as follows. So currently in Tier 2, the existing penalty is $7. We're recommending to bring that to $2. And in Tier 3, our current penalty is $10, and we're recommending it to bring it to $4. Now, we always look at 8 agencies when we're doing our water rates and other types of things within our region. So we did do some follow-up with those 8 agencies, and out of the 8 agencies, 3 agencies, including San Clemente, are utilizing penalties. City of San Juan Capistrano has their penalties at $2.71 for both Tier 2 and Tier 3, and Moulton Niguel has their penalties at $7.43 for both Tier 2 and 3.
Eric, before we move on from this slide, Dana Point, South Coast Water, what are they?
I don't believe they have a penalty.
Penalties.
Correct.
Great.
One thing I do need to clarify is when you're looking at other agencies, whether they're cities or water agencies or water districts, everyone's doing something different. Some agencies aren't doing penalties, but they're actually assessing administrative fines. They're calling them something different. Some agencies are issuing administrative citations rather than assessing penalties. So it's all over the board how other agencies are doing it, just for clarification, because to a degree this is new territory for the state of California with the recent governor's declaration of drought. So,
Eric, while you're on that subject, you want to talk about Santa Margarita Water District for a second? They're also serving part of the city of San Clemente.
correct. So they do not have drought penalties, and they are restructuring their tiers as we speak. So a little bit different yet again. And one of the things that also plays into that is the budget-based water modeling that some agencies do versus the tiered rates, et cetera. So before I kind of close with the recommendation, I want to kind of tee it off with Scott, our city attorney, to make it clear that our drought penalties are not illegal, and they are completely allowed by state law. And I don't know if Scott wants to add a little bit to that to make that.
I don't know how to say it more succinctly. Proposition 218 on it by its own terms excludes fines and penalties, and the city has been very careful from the outset of this initiative to be clear what's a fine and penalty, which is what's before you tonight, as compared to what's the commodity charge for water and what covers the cost of that commodity.
Eric, in the staff report, you talk about the SWRCB fining some agencies $61,000 for not meeting the conservation requirement. How is the target assessed? So, for example, that chart you had where we were out of compliance for 2 months, but probably, if you looked at cumulatively, we're probably right where we should be. What would trigger San Clemente being subject to fines like this from the state?
There's not a clear answer. So the 4 agencies that have been fined thus far are Coachella, Redlands, Beverly Hills, and then the 4th city escapes me. They were fined $61,000 each for basically gross negligence.
Probably Rancho Santa Fe. Yeah.
And so, you know, the State Water Resource Board, from my experiences at other agencies, is a difficult entity to deal with. And so right now, it's not a clear field as to who's targeted for penalties if they don't meet their targets. To your point, yes, we're still on point, even with these bad 2 months, if you will. We're still well under our allocation. However, we still have a number of winter months to come, and before we know it, we'll be back in the summer months. And so, you know, we're not out of the woods. We're looking potentially the governor may be extending that drought in the 2016 year, which comes up for expiration in April. So there's still a lot of unknowns, and so that's a good segue. With the penalties that have been collected or will be collected, we want to make it very clear to the council and the public, we're only going to utilize those penalties to basically reinvest in conservation efforts. It's not going to be supplementing our water revenue fund. It's not going to be supplementing general fund stuff. We're going to be basically reinvesting it at the issue, which is conservation. So what does that mean? It means we'll be looking at construction projects that help with recycled water delivery as part of our CIP budget. We'll be looking at marketing, educational, water audits, other types of things to help
promote conservation. And then lastly, if we were to be fined, we would have that money to pay for those fines if the state was to levy anything against the city of San Clemente. And so that's something I think is really important to note, because as it stands today, and Scott can chime in if he feels appropriate, the penalties can be used for anything. There's nothing saying they have to be used for water conservation efforts. But we don't want to play that game in San Clemente. We want to make sure that the penalties that were assessed go back to the issue, which is conservation. And so we're keeping it separate, we're tracking it, we're monitoring it, and we're going to be allocating it right back into efforts related to conservation. So with that, I'll end my presentation. Tom Rendina is here to answer any questions, as well as Dave Riebensdorf on the utility side. But that concludes staff's presentation.
Thanks, sir.
So an important part of this is drought penalties are being held in reserve and accounted for separately to pay for state fines if assessed to compel additional conservation efforts, which you mentioned in your presentation. Based on just handicapping this, and we won't hold you to it, what's the likelihood of a city that has reached conservation targets consistently, even with a lapse in the interim, what's the likelihood that we would be assessed like that? Because for all the cities in California, you only had a handful, I believe, that got assessed those fines. So what's the likelihood of us having to pay a fine with all the efforts we put into this?
So this is just an opinion. This doesn't necessarily tell the future. Based on our current activities, we're looking okay, and I don't think we'd be susceptible one. However, if a drought continues into the summer, we could have more issues. The state could change direction and start looking at a more micro level to people who aren't meeting their penalties and get a little bit more aggressive in their enforcement, a variable I couldn't predict. But right now, it seems like they're only going after the terrible, terrible offenders.
So, and this is hard, help me with this, because we were given a challenge, we put together a model and a policy to meet that challenge, and by no means have we overshot the challenge. You know, we're like right where we should be. And so how much credit would you give the penalty program for helping San Clemente do what was asked of them? In other words, if we take it out, you know, because it's part of the model that got us to where we are today. So I'm really struggling with, on the one hand, we've collected enough, and so we're done, but on the other hand, it worked, so why would we change it?
I think it worked. However, I think we're seeing that, as well as other efforts that the city is doing, whether it's water conservation classes or community education. It's working, but we don't want to just stop and do nothing, because again, like I said, the winter months are becoming the hardest months to conserve. And so I think, you know, our position is having some type of penalty on the books, so to speak, is still an incentive for people in tier 2 or tier 3 to not, you know, go over their allocations or not to waste water.
One other question, are these indicated as a separate line item on excess usage fees, so people can account and see exactly what they're paying on a monthly basis?
Absolutely.
Anecdotally, I've heard it's a real eye-opener, and
Sure it
people
is.
change their habits pretty fast.
Eric, can you cycle back through your slides for a second for me? The chart. That was on. Okay, thanks. Just leave that up there for a minute, if you don't mind. Yeah, so I had a couple questions for staff. I'll just go over a couple with you guys. I don't know if you guys had the same questions or not, but the first one, which is outlined here, is we missed our point or mark by 3 points, or a percentage thereof, if you want to go with
15%.
Lori's numbers.
15%.
We've collected $1,085,209 in fees from the residents of San Clemente up to this point. The largest fee that's been fined to a city or a water district is $61,000. I think we've done a fantastic job. I think, to Lori's point, the program has worked, and I think it's time to scale back. And I was honestly going to come and advocate scaling back even further than what staff recommended. I'm sure there was a number where one of the staff members came in real conservative and said, let's do 50 cents. And I'm sure one of the staff members came and said, let's do 10, and that's how you ended up with the 2 somewhere in the middle there and looking at the other districts. So I'm open still to lowering the fines below what staff recommended, and if there's majority support for just going with staff recommendation, we're fine with that as well.
Before we go there, I want to hear from Mr. Riebensdorf and Mr. Rendine on their thoughts on that, but not right now. Kathy, you want, or you have some more, Chris? I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you there.
No, that was essentially it.
Okay.
I just have one question on procedure. Within the body of this new ordinance, are we changing the city staff position of who makes exemption requests? It says that you're asking us, staff is recommending a revision of that, but I can't find it in that in the copy. I just want to make sure we're covering it.
I'll defer to Tom Rendina to address that question.
Okay, I appreciate that.
All right, who wants to be first? Yeah, but we got some questions for staff before we do that.
My name is Tom Rendina. I'm Business Services Officer, and I don't want to go first, but I will. The question about changing the exemption is deferring now the exemption authorization to the city manager.
Okay, is it in the body of this
It's in
Section
the language of the
13.12?
ordinance. You have to bear with me, I can dig it
Okay.
up.
I'm sorry, I could not find it. I just wanted to make sure we were
Section
covered.
C.
Section C.
Page 4, item C, at the discretion of the city manager, his or her designee. So that would be, I'm sorry, presumably you have the same
Okay.
pagination. You find
Right. So that's going to cover that. Okay, thank you.
that? It just makes it a little clearer as to who would make that, who would be authorized to make
Okay,
that decision.
thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Now, Dave, we'd like to hear from you about water rates and why we picked $2 and why don't we go to $1.50 or a nickel or some other number.
I think Eric kind of eloquently stated it. Initially, staff was thinking that maybe we would suspend the dollar amount entirely on the penalties, and then once we saw that we were backsliding slightly in November, and especially now we see we're potentially at 7% in December, we tried to pick, when we came up with the $7 and $10, we had talked to other agencies in the area at the amounts that they were considering for their fines, and based on the great job that our customers have done over the past 6-7 months, I think having some fine in place is probably a good idea since we're backsliding somewhat, and a number of $2 and $4 seems fairly reasonable, and it shows to the state that we're still continuing those type of efforts here in San Clemente.
Well, Dave, I got a question for you. How effective do you think the fines have been? Have you seen some customers that have gotten fined that have called your department and said, holy cow, I got fined for this. How do I not get fined next month? What percent? I'm sure you've had some of those calls, but is it 50% of the people that are getting fined or 10% or 90%? What's the...
It's a very small percent, unfortunately. We have about 3,000 customers, I think, from Tom Rendina, that are fined roughly on a monthly basis. We've had 160 customers sign up and attend our water school, and we've had, especially in the onset when we had the penalties initially, our phones were ringing off the hooks when the bills came out the first month or two, and that's unfortunately slowed down in the past months. But I don't have a percentage or a number, but it's not as significant as you would think, unfortunately.
So let me get this straight. 3,000 people are getting fined every month, and only 160 of them are taking steps to remedy that? Is that?
That's correct. They have gone to water school so far or signed up.
Bob, I have a confession to make. I got fined once and I didn't go to water school.
Yeah.
So
Well,
count me as one of those ones.
Yeah, there's other options. You can also meet with staff and do conservation. It's a whole pack. It's a whole menu of.
I'm aware of that, but I'm having trouble. I'm having trouble getting on the let's reduce the fines bandwagon with because they're not effective. It's not making any sense to me. I mean, that's how fines are supposed to work to be more effective, but in this case, there's a disconnect, I guess.
I think a couple of points, perhaps. Over 1,000 of these fines every month are people seeing one unit. 1 or 2 units. So many of the fines are, and it's been pointed out a couple times, we went into winter. The allocation for water use outdoors is much lower. It's much more difficult to save water. So last month, we had 1,000 of the 3,000 penalties were a single unit. It was $7. In all likelihood, and I will say this, that the reaction in the first several months of the fines, particularly in Tier 3, were significant. Lots and lots of people coming in trying to figure out what they had to do, how they were going to achieve water reduction. When you look at the scope of about a third of every month's fines are minuscule, and in terms of unit consumption, minuscule. $7 is a lot of money. There's been a great reaction, and I think a lot of people have changed their water consumption in a permanent way. Certainly there are people out there who haven't reacted the way we wanted. They maybe don't feel an economic strain from it, or don't, make changes in their life that doesn't matter. But I think the program was very, very effective.
Can we pick out the top 25 folks that get fined and somebody make a phone call? Can we do that, City Manager?
We could definitely do that. Call them up and counsel them on their water service.
Say, here, we're trying to help here. Let's.
I think the mayor should call him. I'll support that. This is Bob Baker.
And so this is, if that's your intent, that you would call them up and say, what do you need to do? As you know, we have a larger property. We've put untold sums of money into ripping out turf and putting in Xeriscape and changing drainage situations and changing irrigation systems. It's not cheap to conserve water. Even, changing your toilet to a low flush, that's a couple $100 right there before you even call the plumber. So if your thought is we're going to take some of the fines and that have been accumulated, and it's a tricky thing.
It's definitely a tricky thing, and I'm looking for more information here. I'm looking for those 25 folks to have some story that they can offer Mr. Rendina or Mr. Riebensdorf, and maybe they can clear something up for them so they can help them in some way. I'm not talking about having a rebate program or some sort of that. That's far too complex for a small state like us.
You just want information?
I want information, okay. Yeah. Because frankly, I'm surprised. I'm glad you told me that about a third of them are 1 unit over. I get that. I mean, because if I get a $7 fine on my water bill, I'm not going to water school either, Chris. But but if I had a $75 fine or a $750 fine, I would certainly call somebody. But.
Well, could we make part of that investigation an analysis of the offenders by lot size? Because we have this large lot definition that is, I don't know what it is, but it would be interesting to find out who they are on that basis, because as somebody pointed out, it's in the irrigation pretty much is where the savings have to happen.
Do we have any cards on this? We have one card.
And really quick, just to Mayor Baker's point and Councilmember Donchek's point, one of the things that we will be doing with the penalties, as I spoke of, is focusing on the offenders, so to speak. So those types of ideas are completely welcome in terms of contacting and reaching out to the top offenders to kind of understand what's wrong, what can we do to help, what are you doing that you can do differently, those types of things. And you'll get a mix. You'll get some that say, I'm using that kind of water and I'm okay with paying the check every month, but then you'll get others that go, I didn't know I had a leaky toilet, perhaps. So that will be where our focus is, on those who are offending or violating the allocation.
And I wanted to take all the money and spend it at the golf course, but that's just me.
Before we vote or start moving on, let's hear from whoever submitted a card. I'd love to hear from the
Okay.
member public.
Somebody we're done talking, so we'll open the public hearing. I got one card for Stephen Helfer. And if somebody else would like to speak, please give Joanne a card. Yes, sir, Mr. Helfer.
Yes, I'm Stephen Helfer. I live at 1210 Cali, Toledo. And the whole water thing does bother me. First, the tier. Now, somewhere between the lowest tier, which is, I don't know, like $2 or something, and the highest tier, which is $9, I think, there has to be a break-even point for the city. Somewhere at $3 per unit or $4 per unit is the actual cost of the city's water delivery. Now, what you're doing to the people in the higher tiers, basically, they are subsidizing the people in lower tiers because they're paying the difference of the money that the lower tier is actually not paying for its water that they're getting. So if, let's say if I'm at the lowest tier and I'm paying $2 a unit, and it's actually costing the city, let's say, $4 a unit to deliver it to me, they're subsidizing me by $2 a unit. So you have your upper units are basically subsidizing lower. And I've kind of asked, and it seems like the city staff doesn't seem to know or want to tell me exactly where that break-even point is, but they have to know because their costs are fairly well fixed. We know they get charged by the municipal district like $900 some dollars a cubic or whatever is acre foot of water, and of course they have fixed costs of staff, etc. So anyway, they have to know, and that's one problem I have is that the fact there is a subsidizing by the city and by other water payers for people who are being charged the $2 per unit. So I kind of feel like whatever the city's minimum cost is, that should be the minimum, that should be the cost of the lowest tier at least. That means at least they're paying what the city is having to expend. And I don't think that's happening now. So that's one thing that bothers me. The other thing is that when the drought first started, this was, several years ago, and the city first came out and said, my God, drought, we've got to cut back. I stopped watering my entire hillside. And then 2 years later, well, actually, like a year later, then the city came back and said, sorry, you guys aren't using enough water. We got to charge you more. And I'm going, well, wait a minute. I've made this one effort. Now I'm getting penalized for it. But to make matters worse for me, in my case, was that then a couple of years later, when this whole thing started, and the state said, hey, you got to cut back on water, I had already cut back a lot. And now I'd have less to cut back, even though it was like, this is my new starting point. So anyway, I think there's some problems to deal with.
And Mr. Helfer, you're not alone in the city. We've heard that from a lot of folks. Because if one thing the residents of San Clemente are good at, it's doing a good job when they see a need out there and they see something that needs to be done. And this drought's a perfect example. 99% of the residents have done a great job of conserving water. Have you spoken to Mr. Rendina, sir? The guy in the blue tie back there?
Yes. I believe I have.
Well,
yeah, I actually went to the water class.
Oh yeah, I did. Well, Mr. Rendina can talk you through those things some more. He's the expert on that, how those rates are determined. Don Slater, yeah, Don.
Hello again. I don't know that if it's been taken into account that they've lowered the bar in the wintertime, so it's much easier to get fines, and that may be why this is showing here. So if they haven't adjusted for that, you could be looking at a false reading here, and you might want to look into that. I did effectively bring a lot of water control into a building that I had a lot of water being used, and I'm not getting fined. But it's hard. My tenants have sacrificed a lot to do it. And my question here is, you want to look into, if you're looking at these top water users, look and see how many of them are the multi-unit housing where they have 1 meter. And you can see how much that's affecting them. It's very difficult, very, very difficult to hold within those reasons that they want. Thank you.
Thanks, Don. Lucien Toma.
Good evening. So I'm Lucian Toma. I used to be an intern for the city, worked on a ecology policy, beach ecology policy. Currently working for a nonprofit, teaching a lot of workshops on a lot of water conservation. I'm so glad, like the gentleman said, that there's a lot of education happening in the city, and I think maybe people are not saving water because they don't know about all the ways, and I think there's so many more ways than maybe there are on the website. And I can't wait to attend this class, even though I didn't pay any penalties. But whatever the rate goes up or down, it's so important that people learn, because I see by teaching a lot of classes, people coming back and saying like, man, I just didn't know that maybe it's not just 1 inch of mulch, it's 3 inches of mulch. Or if I put 5 inches of mulch, I'm doing something wrong. The city's going to come and find me for having a fire hazard or something like that. So good job, and let's educate more. Let's have a party with that. What was it, a $1.2 million? A water party? Something like that. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Lucian. All right, Laura, did I get a slide on turning off your? Oh, sorry. Well, anybody else want to speak on that? Then we'll close the public hearing.
Maybe we can do a water slide with all the water we saved last summer.
Lori had mentioned using reclaimed water.
I want to take this opportunity while we're talking about water. I want to remind everybody in the audience and everybody at home, when you go home tonight, or if you're at home, go to the garage right now and select rain on your irrigation timer. Reminded me because I did it this morning myself when it was poured out. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Bob, you know, just to finalize this, listen, the fine as it was originally constituted was about behavior modification. It was simply designed to make people understand in their pocketbooks what the state is feeling in their water, right? They're getting pinched, everyone needs to feel it pinched, and I think it had that effect that we were looking for, which is to modify behavior to the point we met conservation targets. There's a point where if you continue to restrict so much and add those heavy fines, that I think it loses efficacy and it feels more punitive. I would rather reduce the fines to this. You have to, because if you eliminated the fines altogether, what the message is there's no problem anymore, everything's fine. You know, go ahead and just open up your faucet in the street all day long. But I think that's not what, but listen, I hate to make that implication, but that's absolutely what happened. If the fine was removed tomorrow, everyone would think, oh, everything's good, I guess we got plenty of water. So what I support the $2 and $4 levels, but I do think that we should revisit this as the summer months are approaching, just as we are right now, and talk about, again, if we need to have behavior modification, because I think is it accurate to say the vast majority of San Clemente residents have not paid the water fee, have not paid any fines? Is that accurate to say?
Tom, would you say that's the case, Tom?
80%. So 80% of our residents have been able to help with the conservation targets and have not paid this fine. So we've got 20% of the residents who do. Another thing I'd really like to push for is that we have $1 million sitting there for water conservation, and we've got a summer coming up. I would rather fast track the use of those funds now to help us achieve conservation targets for this summer, as opposed to holding them in reserve. For example, 2 ideas I thought of. Number one is to pay for a water conservation expert that we could send out to the worst offenders. We'll pay for it from the fee, and they go out and they do an inspection of the home and give them all the pointers and things they need to change, right? Or Lucian, right there. See, and he can do a water party while he's there, you know, at the house. But I mean, just something simple like that, right? I mean, you've got probably, I would bet 250 to 300 homes may be the worst offenders in town, and everyone falls down right after that. Then the second thing is I think that maybe we ought to do is we know how much each house has donated, and I'd mentioned this previously, is that we open up those funds to whoever's paid those fines. They can, if they bring somebody in and do, you know, basically water conservation measures, pay for, you know, retrofitting toilets and faucets and things, then we give them back their money, depending on how they do if they're able to spend that money in those water conservation efforts. I'd rather fast track the use of those funds and put them to work now as opposed to holding them reserve It doesn't do any good sitting in a bank account. I'm sorry, it doesn't do any good sitting there. We need to put it into work before the summer hits again. Because 3 years from now, we could have been the wettest season ever, and now we've got a bunch of money in a conservation fund we'll never spend. So I'd rather start getting innovative and urgent about this now and getting ahead of this before the summer, as opposed to just waiting. So that's my 2 cents.
Anybody else? One thing about the funds, Tim, some of the great ideas that we've had here in the city of San Clemente have centered around recycled water. We've done a lot of stuff, and those projects are enormously expensive, so maybe we can use part of that money to help in that direction with some meters and getting some more customers.
Maybe part of the funds should go to a call center where they call the offenders every week saying you're over your rates again. If you're not going to pay attention to bill, you pay attention to the phone calls. So turn off your water. How's it going, Bob? Turn off your water, please. Or your sprinkler in the off position. I mean, things. Listen, we can really pioneer some new efforts here. If there really is that few offenders that are that bad at it, then we can get more personal on our approach. Have the mayor go out and cuss them out, maybe. So,
thanks, Tim.
I could summarize the comments and make a motion.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So the motion is going to be, in addition to what's in here, there will be 3 pieces to it. So one is adopt ordinance number 1614 entitled Ordinance of the City of San Clemente, amending section 13.12.060 of the Title 13, Chapter 13.12 of the San Clemente Municipal Code to remove the city's water penalties for excessive water use. Hold on a second. Yeah, okay. To be set instead by resolution to take effect immediately upon adoption pursuant to Water Code 376. Then adopt 16-01, Resolution 16-01 entitled A Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, setting forth water penalties for excessive water use pursuant to the city's water conservation ordinance set forth in Chapter 13.12 of the San Clemente Municipal Code. So the existing penalties of Tier 2 at $7 are being dropped to $2 at Tier 3. At existing penalty of $10 is being dropped to $4. Then in addition to that, I move that we direct staff to contact the highest offenders to learn anything that would help us be better with water conservation going forward, with an eye toward the specific questioning about the challenges of having 1 meter for multi-units, the differences in large lots. Secondly, staff would come back with a proposal of how to use the funds, and this would include projects that could be the $1 million that Councilmember Han referred to, projects that could be fast-tracked to get us ahead of next year's situation, and fund use might also be directed to education and consulting for water offenders. And then finally, direct staff to return in 90 days to update us on how we're performing with our water reduction, or if something at the state level changes in terms of directions to municipalities.
Where did you get the 90 days?
I said 3 months. Well, because if this keeps up, we would be out of compliance.
I was just curious where you got it.
I don't care, but soon. Okay. Because,
Okay,
yeah.
staff discretion.
90 days, quarterly. Quarterly feels good.
Or sooner.
Or sooner if something changes on this, at the state, or we fall off.
I'll second that motion.
All right, everybody okay with that? Motion by Doncheck, second by Ham. All in favor? Aye.
And is that
Any
clear to
opposed?
staff, the direction?
Passes unanimously.
Bob, before we go on the next time, can we take a 5-minute recess?
Certainly. We'll come back at 8:10. guys ready? All right, welcome back, folks. We'll reconvene the meeting.
Next item is a report from the Assistant City Manager concerning the possibility of amending the Code of the City of San Clemente to include rules and regulations relating to the Investment Advisory Committee.
Good evening, Eric Sund, Assistant City Manager. So this is a little bit of a housekeeping item. If you recall, back in December, the council approved the revised investment advisory policy that we revisit every year annually. And one of the things that I had noticed as I'm staff to the Investment Advisory Committee is it's the only committee or commission that's not codified in our code. So our Beaches Park, our Planning Commission, our golf, they're all within the municipal code. And so I wanted to be consistent with all of our commissions and committees. So what you have before you is basically the recommendation to codify it in our code. But I do want to point out a couple of important things. Many of the items that we're putting into the code talk about meetings and attendance. If you miss 3, you can be, excused. The makeup of the committee, as well as the voting power, filling of vacancies in committees subject to state law. What we didn't include in here is all of the rules that apply to the Investment Advisory Committee, because those change from year to year based on state law and based on direction from the Investment Advisory Committee on investment allocation decisions. And so not wanting to have to go back to the code every year to change the plethora of policy was not in our best interest. So we just wanted to consist of the principal structure of the committee, and it's consistent with all of our other committees. And so, again, this was all generated out of the adopted policy that the council heard in December. And with that, I'll conclude my staff report and answer any questions that the council may have.
Do you have any questions for Eric about this? No?
But I'm not going to be supporting this because I think the even-numbered committee is a bad idea. And I also am very frustrated that this industry specialist there's no teeth to what that industry is or what that specialty is, and so I don't think it's representative to the community of what the job is they may be asking to step up to perform. So lacking a job description or a description of what an industry specialist is, because that could be meat packing. And also the idea that it's not an odd-numbered committee, I won't be supporting this ordinance.
You are raising a good point. I wonder why it doesn't say municipal bond.
One of the things in talking to our elected treasurer, Mark Taylor, was trying to really define what is an industry specialist. And it's a broad array of different things. And so by defining it and putting it in the code, if you had somebody that had a lot of experience and was really suitable but didn't meet the exact box within the code, you wouldn't be able to appoint that person. And so, we can definitely go back and look at maybe retweaking the definition of market industry specialist. But again, the council at the end of the day has the authority to appoint all committee members and vet out their expertise and their experience before putting them on a committee.
I mean, effectively, we determine, right, based on the interviews, if they meet the criteria of industry specialist or not. And that would be, I would assume, the city treasurer's endorsement, or at least assistance in that process.
But it's totally not transparent, because how do you know if you have the skills to step up and serve your city if the title is industry specialist? You don't know if you need to be a CPA or if you need to have, work experience in the bond industry, or it's just not, it's a public servant position. And then also they don't have to be a city resident. We're not going to post the job outside of San Clemente, so having that in there is kind of odd too. So I just am struggling with this in its current form.
Lori, what are the changes that you want to see made then? I mean, I'm hearing problems.
What I'd like to do is go back to just one. Didn't we agree at the last meeting it was 2 industry specialists? So this is wrong. This is incorrect.
What page are you on, just so we can all know?
I'm on page 1-5-16-9A-3. Didn't we agree it was 2 industry specialists? Okay, this says 2 citizen representatives.
No, and I understand what the confusion. Councilmember Donchek, it says industry specialist representatives. So maybe for clarity, we would put in there 2 industry specialist representatives.
Yeah,
To be
okay.
consistent with the other
Okay.
2
So,
citizens, et
actually,
cetera.
when I say we didn't, because I didn't, you did. I think we only need 1 industry specialist, because then it's an odd number. So I'm not in support of that decision that was made last time. But then over and above it, it's sort of like the joke about public relations. It's like, what is that? You know? So I don't think if our job is to cause our residents to want to participate in government, and the title industry specialist, I think, is a barrier rather than an invitation to participate, because is it the investment industry, is it the financial industry, is it the municipal bond industry, what is it?
Well, I guess we'll determine that at the interviews.
But it's a circular argument, because someone won't put their application in if they don't know.
But Eric, at the time that we ask for applications, aren't we going to state what kind of specialists we need? I mean, we're going to say, yes, when we do the investment advisor, we're going to say we're in need of a specialist that works in bonds, or whatever, government
Well,
securities,
the city
whatever.
clerk can speak to that. I asked, and she said, no, that wasn't the case, as it currently stands.
Right, because there currently is no requirements unless you do that. I mean, I would not take the liberty of trying to define industry specialist myself. In the past, I have just stated industry specialist, and we've left it up to council discretion to determine whether they included the skill set that you were looking for at that time.
So it's always been posted as an industry specialist.
Right.
All these years.
So that's right.
But couldn't we ask the city treasurer to just, when we do outreach for that, just say what they're looking for, what type of specialists they're looking for? I mean, that doesn't seem like we need that in the resolution.
It doesn't seem unreasonable, but I would defer to the city clerk if that's something that's appropriate when we're advertising for those positions.
Can we, before we move on to this point, can we address the concern of Councilmember Donchak about the odd number of participants?
So, yes, when we brought forward the investment advisory policy in December, that was where we had the change that was adopted, obviously, 4-1. We had run it through BBK because, being a government public sector employee for many years, odd numbers are typically the preferred number for committees or commissions, especially if you have a voting stalemate. We did confer with the city attorney, and there was no issue with having an even number. And so we felt comfortable with what we proposed to the council for an even number on this one.
I think it's important to note, they don't have, none of the recommendations or decisions they make are binding, right?
They're advisory to the city council.
They're advisory to the city council. So if you get a 3-3 vote, then obviously, well, first of all, if you get a 3-3 vote, then there's something very bad going on, that there's a policy deliberation. But ultimately, I think that is an indication to us. We're the only body who has the decision-making ability, at least the ability to ratify those decisions. So to me, I don't see that as problematic. If it was a planning commission, absolutely, because they have binding authority to act, and to make those decisions. But for investment committee, it's just a recommendation, and we can make the decisions as we need to.
And I'm on this committee, and I was at the meeting when we talked about this, and we talked about that very thing that Tim's speaking about right now, a 3-3 vote. And the consensus in the room was, if this committee is divided that much on an investment advisory decision, we need to rethink it. So we weren't concerned about it, and everybody was, we were unanimously in favor of doing this.
Hey, there's nothing else? Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Anybody like to, do we need a public hearing for this, Joanne? Anybody like
Not a
to,
public hearing, but
anybody like to
Does
speak
anyone-
about the investment advisory committee? No? Seeing nobody, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to introduce ordinance number 1615 entitled an ordinance to the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, adding a new chapter 2.43 to the Code of the City of San Clemente relating to City Investment Advisory Committee.
and I assume that's with the addition, the clarification that Councilmember Donchak brought up that there are 2. Correct? I will
That
add
is correct, with that modification to the code that there are 2 industry representatives.
Motion by Brown, second by Ham. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Don't check opposed.
Next item is a report from the Community Development Director concerning the possibility of establishing a moratorium on the establishment, permitting, and approval of short-term lodging.
Mayor Baker, members of the City Council, I'm Cecilia Gallardo-Daly, Community Development Director. This item is the proposed adoption of an interim urgency moratorium to temporarily suspend the establishment, permitting, and approval of short-term lodging uses. The city has been studying the effects of short-term lodgings in residential neighborhoods as the number of short-term lodgings are increasing in the city. While many short-term lodgings are good neighbors and generate few, if any, nuisance-related service calls, others create nuisances, which in turn require service calls by city law enforcement and code enforcement. Nuisance issues related to short-term lodgings have been a topic of discussion in recent council meetings. These nuisance issues include creation of excess noise, parking problems, trash, and the degradation of the residential character of surrounding neighborhoods. Public comments and resident complaints regarding short-term lodgings have highlighted the need for staff and our city attorney to study the current method of regulation to determine which areas of the municipal code might require revision. The Planning Commission recently addressed this topic at 2 study sessions, one in November and the other in December, and discussed that the City Council may consider adoption of an ordinance to amend sections of the municipal code that govern short-term lodgings and nuisance issues. In the meantime, an interim urgency moratorium would provide the city with time to study and address potential changes to the code related to short-term lodgings and their impacts on public health, safety, and welfare. Without the immediate imposition of a temporary moratorium on the establishment, permitting, and approval of short-term lodging uses, more new short-term lodgings will be established in the city in anticipation of the peak rental season. Nuisance issues that affect neighborhood compatibility, such as excessive noise, parking, litter, disorderly conduct, and concerns regarding security and public safety, already exist and are expected to increase as short-term lodgings continue and rented without appropriate regulation. To address these issues, staff recommends that the council adopt an interim urgency ordinance that would temporarily suspend the establishment, permitting, and approval of short-term lodging uses. This will provide the city with time to further study potential changes to the municipal code. That concludes staff's report, and I'm available for any questions.
I've got a question for you, Cecilia. How long are you proposing this moratorium to be?
The initial moratorium is for a very short period of time. It's 45 days.
Okay, 45 days.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
And you specified initial, what?
Yes, so if upon conclusion of those 45 days, the city council may extend the moratorium for an additional period of time it deems appropriate.
How long? What's the maximum?
We can extend it for up to a year.
Cecilia, what effect does this have on existing permits?
Existing permitted vacation rentals are not subject to this moratorium, so this would not affect them whatsoever.
Great answer.
And so how long, I know we've had some study sessions on this question, but how long will it take, in your estimation, before we can get an ordinance for the council to review? I'm sorry, I'm going to put it this way.
You know, we're looking at this as a 2-step process. We are evaluating some changes to our transit occupancy tax section of the municipal code. We already have existing regulations in our code that govern vacation rentals, the permitting, violations and penalties, good neighbor policies, and it gives the city manager discretion to impose additional conditions. So we have that available to us now, and we've been working with our city attorney to modify that section of the code. We can bring that section back to the council in February. We're fleshing out the details related to that. So that's one step in the process, is making some modifications to the existing TOT section to modernize it, streamline it. We also, as a separate process and track through the Planning Commission, are evaluating whether or not we would regulate this use through land use provisions, zoning ordinance changes, and I'm not sure how long that process would take in order for us to bring something back to you. It could take 3 months, it could take I think ideally our target would be before the vacation rental season begins in May or June.
Cecilia, I am supportive of working on an ordinance that, brings us into the 21st century when it comes to things like vacation rental by owners, but I don't necessarily understand what the value of the moratorium is. In your staff report, you say short-term lodgings are rapidly increasing. Is there data to support that?
Yeah, let's see. Just to give you some
Laura.
numbers, and these, our vacation rental permits are issued by our finance department, so these numbers come from our finance department, and our staff is here in case you have additional questions. Just as an example, in 2012, we permitted 49 vacation rentals. In 2013, we permitted 42 vacation rentals. In 2014, we permitted 54 vacation rentals. In 2015, we permitted 193. So since
This is 142.
That was early December before the rush of the rest of them came in.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. So my numbers are as of December 31st, 2015. So since October 1st of 2015, we've had 84 permits, new vacation rental
How many of
permits
these
issued.
are full-time versus part-time?
We don't have that information.
We can't ascertain that.
Okay, and so then, there's that term bad apples. How many problems do we have in the city? Because, if we're designing a sledgehammer for something where surgery, microsurgery is more appropriate, so how many, what's the extent of the problem?
So we have two methods of capturing data for complaints regarding vacation rentals. One is our code compliance staff, and the other is calls that come into the Orange County Sheriff's Department after hours. We don't have Orange County Sheriff Department data yet. They're still compiling all of the data for all of the vacation rentals that we have. But for code compliance staff, the number of complaints that we've received, and most of these complaints have come in, or all of them have come in during 2015. There have been 21 complaints regarding 9 properties.
So there's 9 properties that, okay, thank you.
Yep.
Cecilia.
And just as a follow-up to that question, there was a single property that got the most complaints. How many complaints did that single property receive?
Let's see. 11 complaints, 1 corrective notice, and 3 administrative citations.
So out of the 20, or what is it, 19? 11 of them were for a single property.
That's correct.
Yeah, Cecilia, one of my concerns is that this is only being handled through our finance department as a tax form that people are filling out. And I'm concerned with how that we're not really monitoring our housing element and how many of these houses are no longer available for people to live in full-time. And so to me, this is something that needs to be more in the Planning Commission and zoning than just it's not just a TOT issue to me. I don't agree that it's a code enforcement issue, and we'll talk about that, but
That's the crux of why we're doing it, though, because it's a draw on city services.
if it was just a code enforcement issue, all the other cities wouldn't be, and it was just in our city that we had 9 properties that we're having a problem with, all the other cities wouldn't have been taking up this issue and changing their ordinances, and if it was just us, like we're saying, it wouldn't have been in all the other cities. So to me, this is not a code enforcement issue, this is a zoning issue, and that's the way all the other cities have approached it so far, is that it's a zoning issue. And so to me, I would like to, I'm going to be directing the Planning Commission to look at this more as a zoning issue, not just giving me regulations on how we can deal with it, and and decide whether the basic thing is zoning is decide whether these uses are even compatible or not. And the Cecilia said that they're going to evaluate regulating this use, and that can mean anything, right?
Right.
Okay. No, I'm just telling her, my concerns are the TOT. I really don't think that that's the only way that you should be looking at this.
I don't want to interrupt you, but let's hear from.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I'm not stating my whole opinion.
Is
I'm
there-
telling
have
staff
you-
what, I'm concerned with our housing element and that we're handling this through finance, you know.
You got any questions, Chris?
No.
Go ahead. I have one more.
Go ahead.
I just have one more. What value does this emergency ordinance give us in terms of moving forward with an actual ordinance? What, does it give staff a sense of relief, or why would we do this? Because we can still move purposefully toward whatever the future is going to look like, but why bother to put this excessive restriction on the community in the meantime?
That's true. I mean, we would still proceed with our two-pronged approach in looking at changes to TOT and bringing those forward, and bringing forward zoning changes to the council as well.
Scott, did you want to say anything about it?
This just operates to effect a standstill. With regard to the regulatory part, you can impose new regulations, TOT regulations, good neighbor regulations on all future and existing vacation rentals. With regard to zoning, you would have a hard time imposing or eliminating that use retroactively. So this freeze frames that so that you can look at it in the meantime. The freeze frame is important in the zoning context, but not so much the regulatory prong that Cecilia's mentioned.
Thank you.
Before we move on, Cecilia, what was the total number to this date of permits you've issued?
450.
Thanks.
I have a question regarding the finances behind this. The question I have regarding this is let's take we have a TOT numbers, right, that support what the percentage is, so we can assess fairly easily what the revenue is on these homes based on the TOT paid, right? So my question is what percentage of the TOT exceeds, say, $100,000 a year, or something that would indicate a full-time residency or a full-time vacation rental versus something that would be more seasonal or part-time? I don't know if Eric or Cecilia has those numbers. Can you give me some breakdown or something that would help give me that indication?
So I'm going to rattle off some numbers, but I want to make some disclaimers. This is looking at TOT for vacation rentals are reported quarterly, so 3 months of activity are submitted and reported. So the numbers I'm kind of going off of today are for July through September of 2015. One full quarter has most of the summer months in there, which is the peak season for VRBOs. At that time, we only had 364 permits issued. As Cecilia mentioned in her presentation, we're at about 450 now. So of those 364, 221 didn't report anything. So $0. 42 reported less than $500 for that season, which would be on an average of about $250 per property. 46 reported $500 to $1,000. 16 reported $1,000 to $1,500. 10 reported $1,500 to $2,000. 12 reported $2,000 to $2,500, and then 9 reported $2,500 to $3,000, and then 8 reported $3,000 or higher. And so if you take the 8 as the highest, the average collected per property was about $4,500 for those 8. So as you can kind of see,
$45,000 collected then for the quarter.
For that quarter, total.
Okay.
For the quarter, total TOT collected was about $169,000. But if you look at your bottom two rungs, 42 and 46 are basically under $1,500 for 3 months, and you have 221 that didn't report anything. And I'm sure
I see.
I'll give a disclaimer too that it's important from my own experience with TOT. Many times you have people that underreport or report less than their actual activity. I'm not insinuating that. I'm not saying everybody does that, but that is a factor that should be factored into this in terms of underreporting.
Okay, thank you.
Cecilia, I've got a question for you. In the coordination between the Sheriff's Department and code enforcement, it would seem to me that if I lived next to a house and it was a weekend late at night and I called, I wouldn't call code enforcement. I would call the Sheriff's Department if I had an issue. So do we know then at some time in the future, the next month, is there a report from the Sheriff's Department to code enforcement that says we had to go out to 19 VRBOs last week for issues?
You know, we do try and coordinate that information with OC Sheriff's Department. One thing, thank you for reminding me, that I wanted to point out to the City Council is that while we don't have the OC Sheriff's Department data today, we are expecting it in preparation for the next Planning Commission study session, which is scheduled for January 20th here in the council chambers at 6 o'clock. So we will have that information available, and we're going to be studying this topic again, talking about it with the Planning Commission.
Well, how does the sheriff determine that the house is a rental house and not a, my house?
Well, they have the property addresses.
So you get the property address of where the sheriff went for a complaint and compare that against your addresses for VRBOs?
That's correct.
Tedious or?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Are we going to get that more? Can somebody write a program for that? Larry Moore's got another day left. Let's get him on that.
One of the things that we're looking at doing is having a weekend code enforcement shift where we would have an officer available Thursday from 2 in the afternoon until 1 in the morning, so that when these nuisance calls come in to Sheriff's Dispatch, they can be sent to our code enforcement officer who's on duty, so that that person can respond. I know Lieutenant Moody is here and he can address this. When a noise complaint comes in or a loud party call to dispatch, that call is stacked up behind all of the other calls, and they may not get to the property for an hour. We're hoping that through this program that code enforcement can get out there quicker to help address the issue and help with the overall situation.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Bob, I just want to bring up that I have to leave at 9:30, and I'm looking at the stack of cards. And I just conferred with the city attorney, and if we can get consensus, we can reduce speaker time to 2 minutes, because I'm sure a lot of people are going to repeat some of the same things. So if everybody's comfortable with that.
I'm not comfortable with that, Chris. If people want to speak, they're. Well, we've heard it before. I want to let everybody know that we've received your cards and letters. Thank you very much. We've gotten plenty of emails on both sides of this issue. We've certainly heard about it before. We'll No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Yeah. With that, I'll open the public hearing. Just be aware there's a lot of cards here, so if somebody says what you were going to say, you can say what he said, what she said. So, Marilee Caddy.
My name's Marilee Caddy, and I live at 223 Esplanade. And I want to thank you all for your service, and I want to thank you for addressing this issue. Actually, I've learned a lot just listening, because I came just as a citizen, and I'm learning a lot right now. So anyway, I live right at the corner of Esplanade and Toledo, and then there's a VRBO next to me. And then on the very next corner at Toledo and Cristobal, my neighbor who was here lives, but she had little kids, so she had to leave. She couldn't talk tonight. But between our two houses, there are 2 VRBOs now. And people are now coming into our neighborhood and buying homes in our neighborhood not to live in, but to rent out. And that's what that second one is. The one next to me was originally a family. So I moved there in 2000 and lived next to a family of 4. And then over 2 years ago, it switched over, and it's completely changed my life. If it was up to me, I'd move. I'd move into a community that had zoning that didn't allow this, because I don't get the quiet enjoyment of my home. And I don't even care if they're screaming, yelling, and I can hear them. If they were talking at this tone of voice, I can hear them. So if it's a neighbor, I would know what was going on, and I'd know them. But it's unpredictable. Every week it's not somebody new. And it's just, I never know what's going on over there. It's just unnerving. There's noise, there's parking problems, there's drinking. I'd like to be a friendly person, but I've turned into not a very friendly person. Lots of times it's not even the people who are renting, it's the people that come over and visit them, and they really don't care what they're doing over there. So I really think this is a city council problem. In Southwest San Clemente, we don't have a housing association. We can keep calling the police, but that's not appropriate. That's not the appropriate place for this to be. We shouldn't be calling the police for something that's a zoning problem. We can't call the manager or the owner. They don't care. I called the city ordinance people about a wedding, which I think it was illegal, but it didn't matter. It was after the fact. The police didn't want to break it up. And maybe 80% of the people over there were nice, but there was some kind of dicey people coming over with motorcycles and stuff, and it was just kind of crazy. I understand this is a new phenomenon. This is about the internet. This is anywhere in the world can go online and see the home next to me, and it says it's a tropical paradise. And if you look at, you'd want to rent it too. So we just have to get governance and new policies to cover this, because it's new. It's new for everybody. And you can see it's going like this. It's like suddenly it's all over the place. Suddenly my neighborhood's transforming into a commercial area, and that's it.
Thank you, ma'am. John Joseph. And then Kelly Bieber. And then Jim Bieber. Sorry, Kelly Bieber and then Jim Bieber after Mr. Joseph.
Hello. We've lived in our home for 30 years here in San Clemente, and all of a sudden we have an investor who comes in and buys an adjacent house and never lives in it or anything, just converts it into a vacation rental, which by my definition is just an illegal hotel. He advertises that it has 5 bedrooms, sleeps 14, and we're in a single family home, home district residence. So you can imagine, now, we get 3 different kinds of people. Some people come in there, well, one so far and this has been going on for a few months, was decent, no problem. The other ones come in there with a family, they maybe they're sleeping 6 kids there, they're inviting all their friends over. Now all of a sudden we got 20 kids in the backyard in this new pool. He put $600,000 into this house. Just all entertainment. And they're screaming all morning, all afternoon, all evening, And then we get the ones that we had this weekend, which were 6 young couples, 20s to 30s, and very loud. We finally did call the police. Our neighborhood's been very lax about this. We have not been calling the police. We've been trying to deal with it, and we've been dumb. But we finally did call the police this weekend. Now the other thing is, of course, they were breaking out water pipes and things like that there on the back deck, which just they just told my neighbor to shove off. They didn't care. They were just there to have a good time and party. The whole problem is there's no regulation. There's no proprietor there. There's nobody to tell them to, the only thing we can do now, and what we're going to do from now on, is just call the police every time. That's all we can do. And the other thing is, we do live in a homeowners association, which prevents this. We have CC&Rs which prevent this. But the city gave them a permit to do this without, you can't even do anything permit-wise with the city unless they have the homeowners association approval. But with this, they don't bother to do that. They just give them the right to collect the tax, and that's it. They're done, and we're left with what's with the mess. So that's it. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What homeowners association are you in?
The Coast.
The Coast. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, Kelly Bieber, Jim Bieber, and Jeff Bosson do not wish to speak.
Hi, my name is Kelly Bieber. I live at 805 South Ola Vista in San Clemente. And I'm opposed to the proposed ordinance that would ban any new vacation rentals or a zoning change that would permanently ban vacation rentals. My husband and I own 3 houses in San Clemente. One is our primary residence, which we rented out for 10 days this summer. And I paid taxes on it, the tot taxes. Then I file more tot reporting every quarter, which has 0 reporting. So some of these people that are not filing, maybe they're only renting their house out just in the summer for a few months, and they're not actually renting them out all year. The other 2 houses that we own are within blocks from us. And for those who seek to ban vacation rentals, much has been made about the outside corporations owning vacation properties in San Clemente. For tax purposes, these other 2 properties are in an LLC, the address of which is in Santa Ana, and you're looking at the face of the corporation. When we bought these properties, they were uninhabitable, and we hired local San Clemente contractors, Bassett Construction, John Schrabb, Tile and Marble, who's here tonight, architect Jack Garland, and Rick Luna Landscaping, to gut, renovate, and beautify these properties. One of the homes is in Ole Hansen, and we patiently worked through the city's bureaucracy regarding historical properties, and we did a beautiful renovation on this historic house. We manage our own properties. We vet the guests, and we give strict guidelines on noise, and we discourage any parties, and we enforce the cap we place on occupancy. We prohibit smoking, even outdoors. When we finished the renovations on the homes, we held open houses for the neighbors. Their feedback and response has been overwhelmingly positive. They are thrilled with the increase in their property values and pleased with the opportunity to have visiting families stay. The first occupants of our vacation rental on Avenue de Victoria was a family from San Clemente who needed a place to stay as their house had experienced a flood. Currently, our other home on Avenue de Cadiz is being occupied by a San Clemente family who is undergoing their own home renovation. These homes are also regularly host extended family of San Clemente residents. We typically have multi-generational groups at our properties, many of whom return yearly and become part of the neighborhood. Those seeking to ban future rentals seem to lack any conscience about pushing these friends and relatives of their neighbors into the only other affordable alternatives, such as one of the motels at El Camino Real. We and other vacation rental owners pay taxes, and moreover, our guests pump in millions of dollars to the San Clemente economy. I'm up here fighting for our livelihood. In addition, many of our San Clemente friends and neighbors have a timeline in their lives to eventually duplicate what we have done. Out of 450 vacation rentals, there are a handful of bad apples who need to be addressed. Our properties are not the bad apples. As Councilman Donchak had said, she got it right. This blanket ban is like putting a thumbtack on a bulletin board with a sledgehammer. We need to have clear guidelines and notification to both vacation rental owners and concerned neighbors, and fair and clear penalties to the handful of big offenders, and I'm ready to work with the city to find common ground and smart solutions.
Jim Beaver? And then Douglas Hobart.
My name is Jim Bieber, and I live with Kelly. I'm going to speak with you about the proposed ban on future vacation rentals, and it's a ban, it's not a moratorium, and it's going to be going down the same route that Laguna Beach did. I'm not going to speak about all the benefits that vacation rentals bring to the city. I'm going to try and give you a little enlightenment about the political reality of what you're going to be doing and the consequences of your actions. I live on 805 Ola Vista, which is also kind of known as the Pirate House for Halloween. And everybody goes, oh yeah. Well, and people ask me 2 things. Do you work for Disney? No. And why do you invest thousands of dollars and hours in putting up something like that? It's because I love my neighborhood, and I love my community, and I wouldn't be putting in vacation rentals if I thought it would affect them adversarially. And they haven't. And I know that people live next to nutty neighbors. I had a nutty neighbor who would get drunk and mow his lawn and scream at the top of his lungs and sing. And I'm sure that there are bad vacation rentals. Putting in a ban, and this is a ban, is a very bad idea and politically very stupid. If you put this in, the threshold for qualifying, put this on a referendum, is 317 valid signatures. There's money in the PAC waiting this afternoon to make that happen. It will be referendumed, and the community and the citizens will be able to vote, and they'll be able to decide, hey, you know what? I have a plan in my life. Maybe I'm going to rent out my house for a couple of weeks out of the summer, or a month, or maybe I'm going to pawn it off to my kids, or I'm going to have some freedom to exercise what I want to do. And they'll say, you know, the city council screwed us. They voted to ban it, and they voted to continue the ban. Without any studies done, they voted to put in a ban. Yeah. When I moved in, this lady came up to me, and it was an older lady, and she saw the value of the house, and she asked this really blunt question. She said, what do you do for a living that you could afford such a big house? And I said, well, professionally, I work in campaigns, and my specialty is coming into a community where people running that are out of touch with the community, and I remove them from office, and that's what I do for a living. And it's kind of a cool job, because you get to take out really nasty, arrogant people. And I could give you a list of political obituaries of Larry Agrin, Mayor Rush Hill, other people who just thumbed their nose and plowed ahead with arrogance in pushing something down the throats without taking any consideration of how it's going to affect the business people, the people who are contributing to this community based on their own pet peeve and their own limited vision of what they think it should. And I see people just kind of shrugging right now. And I speak of arrogance, not me. Well, the election's coming up, and believe it or not, people aren't going to be voting on this issue, but this ban that you're proposing, if you vote for it, it's going to be on people's mind, and it's going to have an impact. And as sure as it's going to rain tomorrow, you vote for it, you'll be on this side of the microphone.
Mr. Bosson does not want to speak about this, but he wishes to, I'm not sure what Mr. Bosson wants to do. He's opposed to the moratorium. Thank you, sir. Dennis Halbert? And yes, sir. And then Vicki Janis will be next, and then Joe Janis.
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Douglas Halbert, and I live in the coast beside John and Sam, and expressing our same concerns about the noise with the rental property next door. We were under the impression that they had to rent it for 30 days. These people are coming in for 5 days, 6 days, 7 days. And the noise is just incredible. My wife's afraid to walk the dog. There's strange people, strange cars. They're up day and night, partying out at the pool out in the patio. And I thought this would be a good time to express our concerns, because it's really become a huge problem. We're concerned about our real estate prices, and I tried writing you an email. I'm having a fight with our computer right now, but in it I stated about the kids are learning, our grandkids come out from Colorado, and they're learning language from some of these people that I only use in the garage in the privacy of my own home. So they're 12 and 15, and they're picking up these swear words from people next door, and it's totally unacceptable. So hope you can address this problem. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Vicki Janis? And then Joe Janis next.
Good evening. I had a couple letters I wanted to read, but your point about having already read all the cards and letters, I just want to say a few things. I've lived in San Clemente for over 30 years. I've worked in San Clemente. There's always been issues with parking. I worked for a retail establishment in town, and you have to provide X amount of parking spaces for your customers. It's not part of the plan with the vacation rentals right now. We have a place across the street from us that will sleep 20 people, and they have 4 parking places in their driveway, which doesn't accommodate the 25 people that come to stay there. So parking is an issue that needs to be addressed, and the city council looks at that. The city looks at that. property values if my home was next to a motel? Would it be worth as much as it would be in a residential neighborhood? No. So I'm looking at the vacation rentals as a motel service. The police department, should we be calling the police department, the sheriffs, every time someone's smoking cigars on the property that doesn't allow smoking? Is that a waste of our police dollars? I just think it's a code enforcement, and I also think it's a zoning issue that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Joe Janis, and then Harry Sater.
Good evening, Council. I had a whole thing written, and I feel that you already know about the large vacation rentals that we have. I have 8 letters here from all our people on our block that are against it. They don't feel like they have to call the police all the time in zoning. Your comment about only 9 persons or 9 complaints, I think you go in the neighborhood and you ask the people, I think you'd find that most of the people do not like these. The people that are here tonight that are making money off this endeavor are all for it. They don't want your moratorium, and I understand why. If you look at that graph and you see how many we've gotten in 2015, if you don't put a moratorium tonight, we're going to have that more than double in the next 6 months. The house across the street from us rents for $8,500 a week. And now, if I haven't done the math, but I think that's a little bit more than what you're collecting in taxes. The RBOs are very organized. They have money. They loaded the December 1st council meeting here. And so my question is to you, what harm would it be if you put that moratorium on? It's not going to affect anyone in here, and I understand that, and I think you do too. This isn't a code enforcement issue. It's a quality of life in our neighborhoods. And more than not, all the people who aren't involved with making money in this endeavor will tell you that they're a detriment to our neighborhoods. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, sir.
What street are you on, sir? La Rambla.
Sir? You're going to tell me how to pronounce your name now.
Hi, my name is Harry Snyder.
Snyder, okay.
North Beach, longtime resident, San Clemente. 3 numbers, 343, 29, and 9. 343 is the current number of active VRBOs in San Clemente. You can fact check me right now. 29 is the calls that have been made to the city, and 9 are the total number of properties. As we know, there's been a significant amount of repeat calls. I'm not questioning there's bad apples, because there absolutely is. But I think when you take a look at the 343 versus the 26,000 properties in San Clemente, you'll calculate 0.013 is the number of homes that are VRBOs. 0.013. You would think it's a scourge based on some of the comments I'm hearing. I understand people don't want it in their neighborhood. I get that. And I do believe there should be some restrictions and there should be some guidelines put in place where owners are fined if their guests make noise and are nuisances. I think that's the solution. We're throwing out the baby in the bathwater. I look at this slide, 342 versus 226,000 homes. People are looking at that graph thinking, oh my God, it's overtaking San Clemente. This is minuscule. It's not even 1%. So I understand that people are very passionate, and I get the other side of this. But the reality is we're allowing a small group of people to literally, I hate to use the word, bully us into determining what we can do with our own properties. I think it should be handled respectfully, and I think there should be some regulations, but I don't think that we should just ban this and say, nope, not in our city. And by the way, I think if you did some research, successful VRs, the guy that's got $8,500 a week, I guarantee you his property value's gone up. So I think those people that are saying our property values are going down, that's not true. Successful VRBOs are actually, I think, adding to the value. We're bringing people into San Clemente that have never been here. I myself have 2 properties down at North Beach, and the people that I've had are phenomenal. Never had any complaints. And by the way, I have to own up to this as I close. Of the 29 calls to the city on 9 properties, I happen to have had the police call on me. I was staying there with my wife celebrating her 50th. She's embarrassed. She thinks she's only 40. But they came, and so it was my fault. So that number now goes down to 28 and to 8. I'm taking full responsibility, Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Snyder, Send me, you've got some ideas about some rules and regulations, please send them to me. Thank you. Rita Riley does not want to speak, but she says we should, she says, please tell me what you say, ma'am. I'm not sure. Moratorium, keep vacation rental? I'm not sure what that means, but thank you. Then Robert Sawyer did not wish to speak, and this is a bad move, all right? Gary Green does wish to speak. Mr. Green, thank you. And then Stephen Helfer next.
My name is Gary Green, a resident of San Clemente, 27 years, and it's an honor and privilege to speak with you all. I am actually in favor of the moratorium. I have a house on Lobos Marinos, been there for about 5 years. When we moved in, the VRBO sensation hadn't taken effect, and our neighbors were all there to create memories and create a neighborhood. And that's basically been the fabric of the community. It's been a neighborhood. The characteristics are, we're tight-knit, we have block parties, we look out for each other, we share keys if we're traveling. In fact, we have low-lying fences in our backyard to preserve the view of the ocean. And I can see in our neighbors and they can see in ours. And then, one of our neighbors decided to rent their home out. And these are neighbors whom my family and I, we care a lot about. And so even today, we're friends with them. We just don't completely agree on this issue. The first experience we had was we have young kids going in our backyard. When you're on vacation, every night's a party. So it's Monday night, it's Tuesday night, it's Wednesday night. It doesn't matter what night it is, it's a party. But for us, we're working. So when our kids are out in the back, they're hearing profanity. It seems to escalate as the evening goes on and the partying goes on. And, I can certainly appreciate that. I mean, I travel to go on vacation, and I want to have a good time, too. It's not the renter's fault. And we do actually call on you to create some governance to this because it's tempting. And I can tell you, prior to our own experience, it's something that my wife and I talked about ourselves. Take our family on, ornate vacations around the world, rent our house out for $5,000 a week, and make a great profit on it. But after being the victim of it several times, I wouldn't do it to our neighbors. And so we've opted not to do it. That's it. I appreciate your...
Thank you, sir. Stephen Helfer.
Stephen Helfer, 1210 Kelly, Toledo. Actually, I'm against this rapid moratorium. And part of the thing is, I see your excuse, to me, an excuse for doing it. It makes it sound like you're bringing vermin into the city, that we've got to stop this right now because this horrible horde of people are coming in. I don't see that. I mean, let's face it, there's good neighbors and there's bad neighbors. And we rent usually for 2 months, 3 months. Most of the people we've rented to are, San Clemente people doing remodels. Seem like a lot of them are, which is great for us. But it's the same thing. If people come in for 2 months, they can be just as bad as people, there for a day. We carefully screen people who come, if they say, well, we got a bunch of kids, this probably is not for you. So it really comes down, I think, if you have everyone registered that are renting these out, and they are easily contactable, and they should be, and there's a problem, the city should be able to, the local neighbors shouldn't have to call the cops, but they should be able to call somebody in the city, and they should go to these people and say, hey, we're going to have to revoke your license to rent if you can't control the people that you're renting to. And I think that's really the control problem, is simply having people who are renting who bother to screen the people who come in, and then having the city being able to say, I'm sorry, you know, your house is out of control, we're getting a lot of complaints, you're revoked, that's it, you know, and I think that would make a big difference. Now, strangely enough, in this whole thing, just down about a half a block away from us, we have a drug rehab house, and that kind of blew me away. I'm thinking, this is most supposedly single-family residence, and now we have a house for people who are getting, you know, rehab for drugs. And that certainly seemed to me out of character, although my friend's a realtor says, well, there's nothing they can do about it. But anyway, so basically, I feel that this rush, I think, is unnecessary. And I understand there's obviously several very poor renters or managers of their rental properties, and they should be dealt with. But I think on the whole, for the city and for other citizens, particularly coming from, you know, out of, well, tons of people like to come from Arizona, and I can't blame them in the middle of summer, but it gives other people a chance to make money on these rentals, and a lot of people need that money. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thanks, sir. And Emily Coford and C.J. Williams would like to say they oppose the moratorium, but do not wish to speak. And here's oppose the moratorium on vacation rentals. Hal Higgins do not wish to speak. And Mr. Walter Allen, not sure what you want to do, Mr. Allen. Walter Allen, no. Debbie and T.J. Orr, you want to speak? Yes, sir, please. And then Byron Knowles.
So I'll represent my wife at this too, but she's mostly responsible for the success of our vacation rental. Just to say, we operate a small vacation rental in our home and have had a lot of success with our, close to the village, with our guests from all over the world, really. We think we're really good ambassadors for San Clemente to those folks. We have very solid written agreements in our rental agreements with folks. It's actually out on the rental sites. They establish specific boundaries about the behavior we'll accept. And it's true, since we're there, we can monitor them. But in the end, if we didn't have those agreements and those terms, I think we'd be in a lot weaker position. So I would like to see more owners be able to be accountable for the behavior of their guests, and they need to have the tools to do that in these rental agreements. I understand the moratorium is intended to help the city to have more time to further study and make policy about this. I think if you're going to take that time, I really hope you'll reach out to and engage with the folks who are working vacation rentals in the community. Frankly, we're the experts, okay? You can read all the books you want, but until you run a business and work with people, you really don't know what you're doing. I just want to mention also that we're also your neighborhood watch block captains. And I can tell you that the issues that we face in the community with leased facilities, the annual leases, and those tenants are certainly as large as any vacation rentals, with the response for police, issues with parking, and so on. Thank you.
And sir, would you please send me that agreement? Thank you. Byron Knowles, and then Carmen James maybe would be next. Yes, sir.
Good evening, and thanks for a few minutes. My name's Brian Knowles. My fiance and I are residents here in San Clemente, as well as homeowners. I think there's a couple of things to point out, and the first of those is that, you know, there's a number of different types of vacation rentals. There's people that rent within their own home, and there's also people that rent their entire home when they're gone. But the reality is, where did all of these people that are coming to San Clemente now and staying in these homes, where did they stay prior to things like VRBO, things like Airbnb? The reality is, and sorry, as a quick backup, several years ago I worked as a consultant for California Travel and Tourism Commission. It was our job as part of the marketing department there to determine and study why it is that people choose California, and then why people go from California to Los Angeles, San Diego, Legoland versus Disney World. And then how do people go from those bigger cities, and why do they choose smaller cities like San Clemente? And what we found is that the reality is things like VRBO and Airbnb are some of our most powerful marketing tools as a city. It's free marketing for you guys. People are coming to San Clemente because they're going and they're looking, they've never heard of San Clemente. They're coming from Japan, from Canada, from the East Coast. They're coming for Legoland, they're coming for Disney World. But when they search for a place to stay, the way these sites are set up is that they see the amazing listings and homes from people like many of the folks in this room that promote their home as their business, but also promote the town. They set up guidebooks directing them to their favorite restaurants, eateries, and bars. That's what drives the economy, and I realize, this is a tourism-driven economy. The reality is the way that people are choosing where to travel is shifting, and it's shifting in favor of towns like San Clemente. People are literally choosing San Clemente over Laguna Beach, Dana Point, San Diego, because they're finding out about it through our listings. I think there's a huge opportunity here to work with folks like many of us in the room to figure out reasonable policies that can prevent the bad apples. Many of the ideas that have been presented already, whether it's a 3 strikes policy and then you lose your rental option, that stuff could work. But we are entertaining something heading into the vacation rental season this summer. Putting a blanket moratorium across the board would absolutely cripple us, and it would cripple us in ways that I don't think we're able to really understand, because the reality is we haven't been able to study the numbers well. This is new, and it should be studied. But how do you study something like the rate of increase of number of homes that are signing up for a vacation rental if you place a blanket moratorium on it? There's nothing preventing you from studying this as is, and I think there's a lot of opportunity to be gained by coming up with productive solutions to the problem. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Carmer James, and then Valerie Hirsch.
It's Cameron James. I sent a 3-page memo to City Council, Planning Commission, and the City Clerk last week, so I'm not going to repeat myself, except to say this. I do not support an urgency moratorium on permitting short-term rentals while city planners, staff, and council members research the issue. Information presented by the city's own enforcement officer at the November council meeting indicated a de minimis number of enforcement complaints specifically relating to short-term vacation rentals. That was reiterated tonight. And no complaint resulting in concern for public health, safety, or welfare. Further, the city's own memo dated today, the agenda report proposing the adoption of the interim urgency ordinance, cites nuisance-related issues, parking, trash, excess noise, for which ordinances already exist, but it contains no findings indicating short-term rental properties present an immediate threat to public health, safety, or welfare. California Section 65858 states, the legislative body shall not adopt or extend any interim ordinance pursuant to this section unless the ordinance contains legislative findings that there is a current and immediate threat to public health, safety, or welfare. While I recognize that there are valid concerns with a couple of short-term rental properties, the city doesn't need a sledgehammer to bring these properties into compliance. I urge the City Council and Planning Commission members to work with short-term rental owners to develop a common-sense ordinance that can grow with the city as it protects the interests of businesses, residents, and all property owners. Such an approach can serve public needs for low-cost accommodations that attract visitors and add tourist dollars to the city's coffers. To that end, I also urge the city to hire someone to enforce existing regulations, particularly in the collection of transient occupancy taxes. It is my understanding that the city should be collecting well over $2.5 million annually in short-term rental TOT. We heard earlier tonight that that certainly isn't the case. Last year, the city collected, or in 2014, the city collected less than $500,000. So that's a significant amount of money that's being left on the table every year. Certainly, a position that pays $50,000 to $60,000 a year to enforce regulations and collect TOT would be money well spent. And just as an aside, my husband and I own a 1926 Ole Hansen on Avenida Miramar. We purchased as a vacation home for ourselves and our extended family. We do occasionally rent it out. We are not raking in the dough. I think in the last quarter, we rented it for less than 21 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Valerie Hirsch. And then Susan Nelson.
Hi, my name is Valerie Hirsch, and I'm listening to discussion on both sides of this, and I appreciate that. I'm not exactly sure where I land on the need for a moratorium, but I do know that the state, as it currently is, needs to be addressed with VRBOs. I live behind a house which I guess is referred to commonly, and I didn't know this until recently, the wedding house. We've lived through, in the last 2 years, kind of an escalating number of parties and weddings, karaoke parties, parties after surf contests, loud children. You've heard it all, but houses like that clearly need some regulation and need to be addressed, and I think sooner rather than later, and I know you guys realize that. I'm a little concerned that a moratorium will just be pushing out the time frame in which the city is going to address and deal with it. But on the other hand, my neighbor next to me wants to sell their house, and if that becomes another party house, I don't know how I'm going to handle that. So part of me is in favor of a moratorium so that we don't have further problems created before we can address the ones that we already have. As far as the numbers, it's deceptive to look at the number of vacation rental properties in comparison to all of San Clemente as a whole. All of, or most of, or probably 90% of these vacation properties are in a pretty small geographic location in San Clemente for various reasons. Homeowners associations, just, being west of the 5 is obviously more desirable to people on vacation. They want to walk to the beach. So you're paring down where these 343, I've heard different numbers, 450 homes are actually located, and they're popping up pretty quickly in just a small geographic location, and that needs to be addressed. So clearly, if there is a moratorium, I think it should be very short term, and I think the city needs to get on addressing the issue and not just even consider delaying that moratorium out farther than maybe the minimum, the 45 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Nelson, and then Scott Kelly.
Hello. I'm Susan Nelson. I moved here about 18 years ago, and we bought in Southwest San Clemente because it was that residential family feel that we absolutely loved. And then next door to us opened up, and they bought it to turn it into a VRBO. And it's just turned our lives upside down. And it's nerve-wracking because you don't know who's supposed to be there, who's not supposed to be there. Last year when that guy escaped from State Park and was running around San Clemente and they had the sheriffs out, they were driving up and down our street looking for this guy. He could have hid in the house next door and we would have never known if he's supposed to be there or not be there. So you're hearing these numbers that are so low. It starts with, hey, let's just close the window or turn up the television. Let's just go in the back of the house. You're trying to deal with it on your own. We've gone over to the neighbors and said, can you guys keep it down? You're being too loud. The ball keeps coming over the fence. Can you not scream? Can you keep a handle on the kids? And they don't. So then you call the property manager, and they take care of it, but you're still left to deal with it. And they had no idea this was going on. So then we're left to police it. So the responsible residents, they don't want to call the sheriff to, can you come check out the obnoxious person that's next door, because they're already severely limited. Code compliance is closed at 5 o'clock, so all this stuff happens later. So who's left to deal with this? It's just the residents themselves, and we're tired of policing this. So that's all. What I gave you is what Laguna Beach has looked at doing, and it has some really good ideas, and so I'd like you to look at that and consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Scott Kelly. And then
Hi.
Joe Mundendo, you're next. Yes.
The moratorium is a bad idea. It's just silly. It doesn't make sense. You don't have to stop everything to think. But Susan's an old neighbor of mine, and I totally concur with what she's saying, although My wife is an Airbnb 5-star award-winning host. We have a spare room, totally private, separate entrance in our home. We have very strict regulations about what people can do and what they can't do. We have absolutely zero problems. Our tenants, and there can only be a maximum of 2 at a time, which I think is a big part of the whole deal, spend tens of thousands of dollars on Del Mar primarily and in the local surf shops. They're people from Germany, Japan, everywhere, and they're here to travel. They love the town, and there is maybe 1 or 2 decent hotels in this entire town. I've walked every hotel from the south end to the north end when I was going to bring my folks to spend the night. I found one that I would allow my folks to stay at. People don't want to. God bless the hotels, but they're not. Some are halfway houses. Some aren't too nice. But I think the key to life is accountability for people that have the single homes. The room renters like ourselves, I think it's a piece of cake. But people that have single homes that are letting unlimited large parties of people, and they live in Newport Beach or wherever, and they have no property management, anything like that. I mean, they're a definite. I mean, we don't need that. I mean, people need to be accountable for their own property, whatever that means. And I really empathize with Susan, because they're probably the best neighbors anybody could ever ask for. And for them to have that going on next door, and for those neighbors to not be accountable is inexcusable. And you guys can do something about that by limiting the amount of people, make it, if you blow it and you get cited for something, you're done. Your license is gone. You have a moratorium for a year, and then you can start over if you follow the rules. Thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you, sir. Jillian Dendolk. And then Bradley Dendolk.
Hi, my name is Jalinda Dindolk. I am for regulations, but I am definitely opposed for zoning. We run vacation rentals, and 100% of our clients actually have inherited, or they've inherited their property, or they're coming to vacation, and they use their home, and they've invested. We just had a lady invest $450,000 in her property, and she got rid of a drug addict, and she has a meth user next door, but she comes down and she's going to use her property. That's why she did it, and she's increased the value of the neighborhood. If you say, like, well, this zoning you can do it and this zoning you can't, it's not right. It's not right for property owners who have a property and they can't rent out their property and use it when they want to. And if they put a full-time renter in it, this is a big concern of mine. They put a full-time renter, they don't want to use they're not going to be able to use the house because a full-time renter is in there. And I know that you guys are thinking Southwest St. Clemente, you shouldn't be able to have those as vacation rentals. But these people have invested a large amount of money, and they're coming down and using their home, and then you say, well, you can't use it as a vacation rental anymore. It's not right. I don't think it's okay. I want to address something from last session. The guy stood up here and said that you guys had an excess of $7.2 million for San Clemente. There is a direct correlation for what's happening in San Clemente and for the amount of vacation rentals that have come to San Clemente. I went and spent 7 hours on Saturday walking to every single store in downtown to let the owners know what's going on. It was right before Christmas on a Saturday. 90% of the store owners were in their shops working. Those are not rich people that are kicking back saying, oh, everything's taken care of. Those are people that are concerned about their business, that are in there trying to make their money. Every single one of them were like, what? They're doing that? What's going on now? That would crush our business. I don't want to see San Clemente the way it was 4 years ago. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, there was nobody on Del Mar. Now it's hopping at 8 and 9 o'clock at night. There's shops down there that are selling $150 pair of jeans. That was not the case a long time ago. Who is supporting all of that? It's all of our vacation renters. So as far as regulation, yes. I'll just tell you one thing real quick because I don't have time. But like I've gotten 2 phone calls for things that have happened. They were taken care of within 15 minutes. 15 minutes. I think everybody around the neighborhood should have somebody that they can call, and if it's not taken care of, then they can call the police. But the management, or who's ever managing these properties, need to manage the properties. And I've gotten rid of the, okay, thanks.
No, wait, we have to know who you got rid of. I have to know that. I just have to know. Come on.
What I did was I just called, and we have a policy. You're charged $1,000 if the police are called. So I call, I say, you have 5 minutes to get rid of the people. You're in violation of our regulations. 5 minutes, and if it's not done, I'm calling the police myself, and you're going to be billed $1,000. And that's it. 2 times, it took care of the problem. But this is poor management. And
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Bradley?
Hi, I'm Brad.
And then Richard
Hi.
Benjamin?
Hi, I'm Brad, and I'm opposed to the urgency regulation that's being put in place. I actually went to one of the studies, the Planning Commission studies, and it wasn't a study of like what's happening in vacation rentals as a whole, how does it affect the community. It was a study on figuring out what are the loopholes so we can shut this down. That was what the study was about. I'm sure the other one was like that too. I didn't know about it, but I've sent notes to the Planning Commission. Talk to us. We're the experts. There's hundreds of people in town that that are experts at at managing guests and these processes. I have not been called by the Planning Commission to be part of their study, and neither has another company that's here. Thank you, Mayor, for sending me a note today, asking me, responding to my note, asking me what I would do. Well, we were open to your suggestions, and I put together 7 suggestions, and one of them was quiet time, quiet hours, maximum occupancy, 2 per room plus 2. I also put together, now I can't remember all the 7, but one of them was TOT enforcement. I mean, there's a lot of people out there who are not doing that. We are 100% compliant with TOT. We think it's wrong that there are vacation rental owners and other people that are skirting the law, and they're not giving their TOT. And I bet you that they're charging it, but they're not giving it to you. Well, that's wrong. They should be charged. They should be fined for that. We also think that if there are violations, we think that next to the vacation rental property, everybody should have the telephone number of the property manager or the owner, and there should be a good neighbor policy that's drafted that is in every single rental agreement. You can't rent a property in San Clemente without this good neighbor policy, and it has fines. Tells you exactly all the aspects of what needs to be done. You know what? There's a lot of neighborhoods who have like 25, 30 miles an hour speed limit in their neighborhood, and if people continually speed through the neighborhood, then we don't stop the cars from coming into that neighborhood. We put speed bumps and stop signs, and we put enforcement in place. It can be done. We've proved it that it can be done. Yeah, there are problems, but they are taken care of right away. I mean, you can talk to the majority of my owners, and almost all of them, the properties that they had long-term tenants in there, and they love the short-term tenants because they're so much better. They don't have to do the evictions, they don't have the complaints from the neighbors, and that sort of thing. San Clemente is a dual personality town. We're a beach town that has always invited people into our town. We are also a community, and I think that good regulations will be able to a win-win for everybody. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Richard Benjamin and Sarah Benjamin.
I had a couple questions. I was told that I'm opposed to the ordinance, absolutely opposed to the moratorium, but I was told that the moratorium wasn't going to be imposed at all on the west side of the highway, and I was wondering if that was true. So any vacation rental west of the highway, the moratorium does not exist for. Is that true? So it's the whole town.
I'll jump in here, and just to clarify for everybody, we're discussing a moratorium this evening that will not affect existing properties that already have their permits, just so everybody's clear. And this evening, we're not going to be discussing potential rules or regulations. We're only discussing interim moratorium.
Right. No, I get that.
Will not affect existing.
I get that, but I was curious if the interim moratorium.
The entire city.
It's the entire city. Okay. Yes, then my other info that I think would be very important to present if you're going to implement a moratorium is I think it's really important to present the homeowner complaints against homeowners that involve police or code compliance, and then the homeowner complaints against long-term renters that involve code compliance or police presence, and then also long-term renters against long-term renters. And I would like to see how those numbers compare to the numbers of the vacation rentals, because I think it's really important to have things in context. And I have a feeling, from what I read, obviously I read the crime reports of San Clemente Times all the time, but I have a feeling that those numbers are going to be far higher than what you're seeing on the vacation rentals. And I really think that's an important context when you're presenting a moratorium that's going to affect a lot of people's ability to survive in this town. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benjamin. Sarah Benjamin? And then I've got a card with no name on it. So if I don't call your name,
We're not offering freebies.
You're last.
Sorry.
Brian Randall's next. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Well, I just want to say that I oppose the moratorium, and the reason I oppose it is because it harms homeowners, that current homeowners, future homeowners, people that benefit from income to their houses, that pay their taxes and pay their mortgages with vacation rental income. And to the people that argue that there was too many children or too many people living there, I want to say that there are large families out there that have many children, and I think they have a right to go on vacation together, all 14 of them, all the kids. And I think, even if you're a renter or a homeowner, you're going to have kids in the backyard playing, and that's not abnormal. That's not like some crazy thing, and it's like we're not in a 55 plus community. This is San Clemente. It's a family community. There's all ages of people here, and all ages of people come on vacation. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say. And for as long as I can remember, people have had vacation homes here, and there's no reason to stop that now. I just want to keep San Clemente the way it is.
Thank you, ma'am. Brian Randall, and then Terry Harrison.
Good evening, everybody. Tonight there's a lot of passion in the room. You hear from both sides, and you hear from very different types of vacation rental property owners. And I happen to be the type that I am a professional property owner of vacation rentals. That's my job full time. So this moratorium, we've heard reasons of why it shouldn't be going forward and why it should go forward. But for someone in my position, there's a lot of people like me that invest in San Clemente. And this past year, I've invested over $10 million. I'm looking to do another 50. This moratorium, when someone asked, hey, what happens with this to the people if it does go through? Well, it would take a person like myself or various investors to go elsewhere to another city. When I think of San Clemente, I live right next door in Dana Point. This place is phenomenal. But the number one you think of is tourism. And when you go to invest, you want to bring people into the town, bring money into the town. Investors, raise your property rates, the property taxes. We have properties here that are stuck back in the 60s and 70s on tax basis, and people like myself and companies that come in, not big companies, I'm a company of one, come in and raise up the property values to the neighborhood. We invest money to rebuild the buildings that are all dilapidated. So, there's a lot of benefits for people like myself coming in on vacation rentals. So when you start thinking, what happens if you put this forward, it causes us to go elsewhere and bring our business elsewhere. There's been so many great positive things about the business, and it is about management. It's about the owners being present, being active, being participative in the process of their business of being a vacation rental business. It is a business. So whether you're a small mom and pop organization, whether you're a person who owns multiple buildings, you all have a responsibility to do the right thing and to manage your property well. And again, it's a few bad apples. I couldn't believe the numbers that I was seeing, on this moratorium for everybody, a blanket policy for nine buildings. It's mind-boggling. But I would ask not to move forward with the moratorium, and I'm here if you need some advice or suggestions on things. So thank you.
Thank you. And Terry Harrison has opposed the moratorium but does not wish to speak. I disagree with change in vacation rentals. I do not want to speak but vacation rental people take better care of property than most and are very conscientious about rules. Virginia Knock. Against, do not wish to speak, Judy Minor. I wish to address the city council, Mike Barnes, please. Mike Barnes, thank you. And then Dina Pierce. Oh, not speak, but, okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Yes,
Mayor
sir.
Baker, fellow city council members, my name is Mike Barnes, and I've lived in the southwest portion of San Clemente for the past 15 years. And I appreciate you taking this up. I think this is one of the most important issues facing our neighborhoods right now, and I'm glad we're addressing it. I think it's an issue where the technology has gotten way ahead of the regulations, and we need to get the regulations and codes enforced to bring this thing back into compliance where it has been. I've lived across the street from vacation rental for the last 2 years, and to be blunt, it stinks. It's not enjoyable. We've talked about traffic. In this house, they bring 4 and 5 families in at a time. Cars are coming and going all the time. They're parking up and down the street. These neighborhoods aren't designed for this high volume of traffic and for parking. Noise, we've talked about it. They're on vacation. I get that. When I'm on vacation, I like to party and make a lot of noise, but there's a time and a place, and it's not in our neighborhoods. Privacy and security. I feel like it's an invasion of my privacy, having all these people milling around the neighborhoods in front of my house around there. I don't know who they are. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know if they're well vetted. We have kids. We have security issues there, and I just feel a little bit violated on that. And then last is conflicts. This is creating, just like we're seeing here, conflicts between neighbors. It's hard to call your neighbor and say, hey, I hate what you're doing over there. It's really bothering, it's really impacting my ability to enjoy my property. Now, I keep hearing this as a code enforcement issue, but yet I'm not a legal scholar. I think there has to be a code in place saying this is illegal for there to be enforcement. I was so frustrated in September 2014, I called Jim Petches to say, is there a code on the books that limits short-term rentals in our single-family neighborhoods? And he said no. So I called code enforcement and asked them to look up to enforce something. I think there's low code enforcement numbers because what would I call them and complain about? I feel that the silent majority of homeowners aren't as well represented here as the business interests are because they're at home right now. They don't know about it, and they don't have the financial incentives unless they're like the ones here who are being impacted by it on a daily basis and feel they can't enjoy their house as much. I urge the City Council to pass this moratorium, and I really hope that they put a ban on short-term rentals in our neighborhoods. And I just want to quote a yard sign that I saw in San Diego this weekend when I went to go see my uncle. And he's dealing with the same problem there as every community in California and across the nation. And the sign said, neighborhoods are for neighbors, not vacation properties. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And Dina Pierce says, not speak. Oh, do you want to speak? You do?
It's 9:30.
Okay.
I wasn't proposing to make it to a
I'm sorry. No, we're not. Good.
Okay. Hi, my name is Deanna Pierce, and I'm a San Clemente resident. I've been here for 17 years, and I'm just here as a testimonial. I just want to kind of put my word in, opposing the moratorium. I've lived between vacation rentals and homes that are rentals for long terms. There's 2 long-term rentals on either side of me, and there's 1 vacation rental on the other side of my, across the street from me. I've had more problems with the long-term rentals, the 2 next to me, than I've had with the house across the street from me. I have had a really positive experience, a very positive experience with a short-term rental property across from me. One to the effect of I saw that home go from a dilapidated, rundown, really scary place to live across the street from as I was raising my 2 young children to a beautiful home that is rented out responsibly by their owner. So I just wanted to kind of just bring my experience in as a positive experience for the short-term rental because I believe that it's mainly due to the management of the property itself by responsible homeowners. And I'm all for accountability, and it's working on our neighborhood. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Christy Dassonville. And then Tricia Medding. And then Jim Lauren.
Hi. I'm just here to hopefully go over a few maybe factual information that you might consider, but mainly because I have concerns about what's happening in my neighborhood, and I'm southwest area, 207 West Avenida Valencia. And the things that I wanted to bring to your attention, which you probably already know, but the actual definition in the building code for residential dwelling does not include transient lodging. So the issue I'm bringing up is that we have all this transient lodging that people have been referring to happening in a zoned area that is not transient lodging. So, and which is the single and double family residential area. So that's probably the biggest concern I have, and that directly relates to parking and planning issues. And so those are code enforcement issues, they're planning issues, and then there are also regulatory issues. So those are three, I think, major factual types of information you need to take into consideration. I'm not opposed to necessarily vacation rental. I am opposed to short-term rental only because of the neighborhood that I live in and the zoning and what's happening there. So in addition to some of those code violations, there are ordinance violations that happen with the short-term rental going on, and I'm speaking specifically to my neighborhood because that's what I'm familiar with. But there's Title 8, which is the health and welfare, Title 9, which is public peace, morals, and welfare. A lot of these have to do with the fact that the renting or the people who are renting these vacation rentals, I've had peeping toms with drones driving around my house, videotaping what's going in my house, my bedrooms, my bathrooms. We have people loitering outside on the public sidewalks. I don't know who they are. There's constantly parties, weddings, bachelor parties, things like that that have more than 20 people at them that I think are required to have permits. That I'm not positive on, but I was thinking that there were some city issues if you have large parties that you're required to have permits for that too. So those are all factual things. But mainly, I guess that's most of the things that I just kind of wanted to cover on a factual basis. But I have an investment like everybody else. I'm a business owner. I have rentals. I have invested hugely in my own house, and I just want to maintain that investment is secure too.
Thank you, ma'am. Tricia?
Good evening. My name is Tricia Matting, and I live on West Avenida Gaviota in a well-established single-family residential neighborhood. My home is located across the street from a short-term rental, a commercial business that is destroying my neighbors and my quality of life and having an extremely negative adverse impact on the character, safety, and stability of our neighborhood. Pursuant to our zoning code, short-term rentals are an improper and illegal use of property in our single-family residential zones. Our zoning code prohibits timeshares, hotels, and motels in all residential zones. Our zoning code also expressly prohibits bed and breakfast in all single-family residential zones west of the 5 freeway and requires bed and breakfast operators be an owner of, reside at the bed and breakfast, and the bed and breakfast be their principal and permanent residents. In addition, bed and breakfasts require a minimum of 3 on-site parking spots. Short-term rentals are similar to hotels, motels, timeshares, and B&Bs. The crucial distinction being they do not have the supervision San Clemente demands of these lodging businesses. Accordingly, short-term rentals should never have been permitted to operate in our single-family residential zones. Short-term rental owners and operators are attempting to steer the City Council off track by arguing that nuisance is the key issue and that there are only a few problem properties in San Clemente. As I stated earlier, the use of a single-family residential property as a short-term rental is a zoning, not code enforcement issue. Their argument that San Clemente will infringe on their rights is also without merit because they can still rent their home for money for periods longer than 29 days. They can still allow others to use them without pay for any length of time. And the owners can still live in, renovate, sell, or otherwise encumber them. The only thing the owners cannot do is rent them for money for periods shorter than 30 days. Short-term rental owners and operators are also attempting to make an issue of the tot revenues San Clemente will lose when it enforces our zoning code. Tot revenue, however, is not a material factor. If it were, San Clemente would permit hotels, motels, timeshares, and B&Bs to operate on any single-family residential property in San Clemente, as long as the transient lodging business paid a TOT tax on its receipts. It's not San Clemente's TOT revenue that owners and operators are concerned about. It's their own. They are angry because they will no longer be able to generate investment income from their improper and illegal use of our residentially zoned properties. I implore the city council leaders in our community to protect our village and stop the rampant growth in our safe, peaceful, and laid-back single-family residential zones, as Still Beach, Huntington Beach, Newport Beach, and Laguna Beach have, and enact the urgent moratorium. Thank you.
Jim Warren. Folks, please, no applause. We'll leave it at that.
Well, you're lucky Tricia went just now because she kind of stole my thunder. She hit it on the head. These are businesses in residential neighborhoods. They are, I'm not going to say they're illegal hotels because the city's permitting them right now to exist, but they are hotels. They're managed very well from the standpoint of getting people in and out and turning over property. When the property next to me was rented by its owner, it wasn't great. It was bad. It got worse with the property management company. And no offense to property management companies, I don't want to disparage anybody here. But their business is to rent these properties out as quickly as possible, turn over as quickly as possible. That's what they do. That's their job. That's what they're paid for. They get a good amount of money on that rent to do that. They talk about fines and evictions. Who gets that money? Who benefits from the fine? They talk about people calling them. If I call the property management company, you think the city's going to hear about it? You think it's going to show up on an incident list on vacation rental property problems? I know neighbors and friends that have done that, and those properties don't show up on the city tag as being a problem property. It's pretty evident. You call the sheriff's department. Up until about 3 months ago, there was no correlation between the sheriff's department and the code compliance department. I'm glad they're fixing that. I am a strong believer in regulation for these properties because that's a step up. But I think a moratorium at this point, if it saves one person from living next door to what I've lived next door to, or what some of my friends that I've met through this exchange of ideas, it would be worth it for that one person. And that's why I urge you to look at it and then do something about it, and do it quickly. It's been way too long. I appreciate the time and the forum, and I appreciate you guys staying up late hours of the night. One other thing, I really didn't want to, I was hearing all these points brought up, and I heard 26,000 residents. And it is true, we do have 26,000 residents, but pretty much 90% east of the 5 freeways, HOAs. They're protected by CC&Rs, and almost every CC&R of every HOA prevents properties from being rented out less than 30 days. Why is that? It's because they know more turnover, more problems. It's just a percentage thing. And talking about percentages, in 2009, when you started registering the properties in the city, there was 44. And now we're hearing numbers of 440, 450. That's 10 times what it used to be. And it's a 54% increase in vacation rental properties in 2014, a 42% increase in these properties in 2015. That's why there needs to be a moratorium. We are a soft target for businessmen and people to come to this community and do this business in our residence.
Thank you. Rosemary Francisco. And then Robert Fabello is next.
My name is Rosemary Francisco. We have used vacation rental by owner many times and enjoyed it. We live in Riverside, but we spend about 50% of our time at our second home in San Clemente, and which has been in the family since 1972 and which we have been owners of since 1990. This home is across the street from a VRBO, which has been a major problem because it is a 5-star resort home in a quiet residential neighborhood. When we stayed in vacation rental by owners, the rules were strictly enforced regarding noise, pool use, etc., and mostly because we've stayed in condominiums and they don't allow any kind of breaking rules or you'd be kicked out. But there was on-premises control. The problem with a vacation rental by owner in a neighborhood is it becomes the job of the neighbors to police the activity, and that's not fair. Because of the trend toward more short-term rentals, I feel the council needs the moratorium to figure out how to enforce the codes and just how many short-term rentals can the city support. We do not want to lose an outstanding neighbor because of a VRBO. Thank you.
Robert Fabella, and then John Schraub.
Hello, my name is Robert Fabella, and I'm the owner of a property on Avenida Granada, and I guess I'm a little bit different than the other speakers in that we are a future resident of San Clemente as opposed to a longtime resident of San Clemente, but we hope to make this a very long time situation with our family. We looked, granted it's a vacation home, and we looked from anywhere from Solano Beach to Newport Beach, and we fell in love with this community, and we've been so happy to be, have had an opportunity to meet with the people here and to be accepted into the community as you know, little as contact we've had so far. But I should say that, you know, our property, it was a empty lot. It hadn't been developed. I think it was one of the only undeveloped lots in the Pure Bowl area. And it was zoned for R3, but we're only building 2 residences on it so as to not, you know, increase the density of the neighborhood. And we specifically purchased it with the intention that we were going to use one specifically for a vacation home, family only, and another one for family, but also to have the opportunity to rent that out, and that was part of our financing plan. And my concern, I guess, when I heard about it, I actually flew down here just for this meeting, was that the moratorium seemed to apply to all properties throughout San Clemente, regardless of the situation. And I guess, you know, I would encourage the council not to pass a moratorium, only because I guess as it's recommended by the staff, it is sort of a blunt instrument. And to the extent at all that it's being considered and will be passed by the council, that we do consider the fact that not all areas of San Clemente are the same, and we certainly learned that when we were looking for a property to invest in. We think that the Bowl area is what we wanted. We wanted sort of a lively sort of vacation area where you could walk to, you know, restaurants and walk to, you know, the beach and everything, and that's what we wanted. And it does seem it's vacation-y. We did a vacation rental in last July, and I have to say our family sort of moderated the neighborhood. It's pretty rowdy down there with people who just live there, and that's the nature down there. And so I don't think that it would be fair to you know, include within the moratorium the area surrounding the Pier Bowl, and to the extent that all the councils go in that direction, we'd actually ask you to consider to carve that out, because it clearly seems to be of a different nature than some of the residents I've heard about and heard this evening. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. John Schraub, and then Peter Sear.
Hello, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for hearing me. I opposed the moratorium and ban outright. And I've lived here since '89. I'm a contractor locally. Many of my clients and friends, businessmen, investors have been in this room today. Many of them are, it's a split decision on what I've heard so far, and both sides have really good points. However, I don't like to see new laws or litigation go into effect without real study. One thing I will say is that what I've heard for the VRBO people what they have, not one of them has stood up here and said it's a fabulous thing and it's all working perfectly. Every one of them have stated that it needs regulation and they're for it, if it should come to that. I haven't heard anybody say that everything's all hunky-dory. On the other side, I have sympathy for my friends and neighbors who have to put up with the bad apples. In my own neighborhood at 134 Avenida Santa Margarita, which I purchased in 2000, I have long-term lease property rentals, and I'll leave it at that. It's no good, okay? So sometimes it's good and sometimes it's bad. But I just oppose the ban outright for that reason, until we really know what's going on and work with both sides to get regulation in place, I think, and oversight of some of these properties. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Peter, sir, and Susan Lind. Susan doesn't wish to speak, but she's against the moratorium. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Pete Sear, and I'm a 7-year resident of San Clemente. I own 2 triplexes in San Clemente, and I live in one. And in the summer, I rent one of the units out as a vacation rental. This last summer was my first, and it was successful. We didn't have any complaints or problems. I was concerned because I live in the unit the rest of the year. I didn't want someone trashing it, and I wanted my neighbors to all be aware of it, and so on. So I think everyone's raised some really good points on both sides, and it comes down to about accountability. The point I wanted to raise is about property rights, and that this is a very slippery slope that we're talking about here in limiting homeowners in their ability to rent out their property, whether it's 7 days or 30 days or annual leases. These are buildings and homes that people are buying, and very often it's part of their strategy. It's part of their the way to adjust their living. Sometimes situations change and you have to leave and you rent out your place. If we start looking at restricting renting homes out for any period of time, it just becomes a slippery slope. So I would just caution the City Council to move carefully on this, because it has broader implications than just vacation rental by owner. And I would encourage you all to focus on the issue, which seems to be owner accountability. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Lauren Kramer.
Hi.
Hello.
Just really quick, I don't want to keep you long. I'm tired, and I know you are too, but I want to just say I am for the moratorium. I have 2 next to me that are run by me. I don't want to run them. I have a family to run. And so I'm asking that you look into zoning. I live in a single family, it was SR1. And I want neighbors. I don't want transients. So I'm hoping that you continue on the path that you're going and look into it further, and I'll send out an email too. It's just with the holidays, I haven't had a chance to. So, and just let you know, money talks, so that's why you don't see a lot of people here, because they're not the ones making money at it, but they're the ones that are with their families and at home, disturbed by it, and they don't want to deal with it anymore. So I will send you an email. Have a good night.
Thank you.
I am off for it.
Thank you. And the Brenda Wells says opposes moratorium, supports accountability of homeowners, and occupancy limits, but does not want to speak. And then the somebody who turned in a card without, there we have a winner. All right.
I'll take that.
And what's your name, sir?
My name's Tom Ender. I live on Cadiz in San Clemente, and I kind of am up for a moratorium. The Beavers are great property managers over there. They make sure that everybody's toting the line, but I have a feeling that maybe 25% of the property managers are as good as they are. A lot of times you hear that the realtors say, oh, well, they're not supposed to have that many people, or, you know, we told them they weren't supposed to do that, you know, and I feel like Southwest San Clemente, if we don't do something, we're going to have 800 of them by next year, especially since Laguna Beach, Dana Point, they're all doing something about it, and we're not. So I'm sure that's going to be a number of 800. And I really feel like the brunt, when it comes down to it, I stand to have one right next to me. A lady bought it, and she's going to build a monster next to me. And I just feel like the reality is the people that are living around these small neighborhoods like Southwest San Clemente, it really changes the complexion of the neighborhood. And I'll vote for you guys.
Thank you, sir. Sam Joseph, sir, I thought, oh, there you go. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, sorry about that.
I was when I came. I just want to say one thing. I'm for the moratorium. We live in the coast. We have an association. Our association says you cannot do this, but the city gave them a permit, and I'd like to know why. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. That's my last card. Would anybody else like to speak on this issue? Is that a yes?
Oh, we have a separate whole communications part for that.
Oh, is that after this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I put in a card and said I didn't want to speak, but that's because my back is bothering me and I didn't think I could stand. My name is Susan Lind. I am opposed to the moratorium. I owned a home in Rancho San Clemente before I was disabled by spinal tumors. I worked for an airline and hosted many airline colleagues in my extra room. I was always in residence while they were visiting, and my rules were extremely strict, and I never had any problems with my neighbors. In fact, 3 people who came to visit and stay were so enamored and charmed with San Clemente that they purchased homes here and are now year-round residents and have spent a lot of money here and have invited other friends to purchase homes here. And so I don't think that this is a bad thing. I think that we just need to be responsible and have some rules in place. And also, there are people who would have lost their homes had they not rented out rooms in their homes during dark economic times, and that would have depreciated property values. So I know that there are people who are concerned with property values, but when a home goes into foreclosure, that has a negative impact on property values in an area as well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, anybody else like to speak? Yes.
I said no earlier as well. My name's Terry Harrison. I've lived in San Clemente about 5 years.
Oh, too late then. No, just go ahead. Go ahead.
And I love it so much. It's just, I brought my kids here growing up, and I didn't know how much I would fall in love with the city. I host in my home, Airbnb. I am a super host. I've brought reviews with me. I probably have 100 in my package of people that just love the town, love being in my home. I've had, out of all my guests, I've only had to ask one to leave. And so I feel like it is about regulation as far as taking accountability for your guests, because I live there, and if I wouldn't want someone in my home, then I certainly wouldn't want my neighbors to have to deal with a person that was difficult to be with. So I'm against the moratorium, and thank you.
Thank you. All right. That was only about 40 cards, so come on, we can get some more out. No, just, okay, with nobody else to speak, with that, we'll close the public hearing. And first question to be answered is, how did the coast get permits to operate those?
I don't believe staff was aware that there was a requirement or that wasn't allowed in the coast. We're looking into that with the city attorney to see what we can do to avoid that if it's possible, and what we can do on a go-forward basis.
Okay. Anybody else have some questions?
Oh, but I'd like to start the conversation.
Go ahead.
If everybody's comfortable with that.
Sure.
So before I start, I just want to applaud everybody for being very amicable during that entire time. Everybody has heated opinions on this on both sides, and I appreciate that you guys are very respectful of each other's time and those opinions. I unfortunately am in the middle of a 72-hour shift, and I have to get back to work at 10:30, so I'm going to make my comments brief. I'm going to support the moratorium this evening because I think there are a lot of issues that were raised this evening, and we need to vet those issues, and we need an opportunity to do that. And I think we've done a disservice to the community by not vetting those issues previously. And so I'm hoping, I know a lot of you probably want to speak on this as well, that I could get a straw vote or at about 10:15 so I could see where we're at.
I don't have
and
anything
make a
to say.
decision.
I'm ready to vote.
Okay. Is that comfortable with 7 minutes to get a straw vote?
We'll see how it goes. How's that?
Perfect.
You know, this is a difficult issue because, believe it or not, as people are speaking, it does have an effect on how the council, at least for me it did, because I can see, you know, having lived in Southwest, I've seen the effect it's had on property owners and some of the quality of life issues it has there. But I also understand that there's responsible owners who are doing this correctly. I can tell you one thing: I don't appreciate being threatened. So I'm just going to throw that out there. You know, all of us are doing the best we can to try and serve this community. We get paid the royal sum of $400 a month to do this, and frankly, couldn't even care less if it was zero, because this is a great community and we all love it. And so, you know, we all come from the right place on this. It's very important to us that San Clemente is the most livable, and really retains that essential charm. And so we're operating from that position. Not cold calculation, not math, couldn't care less about the TOT. It's the residents who come first in this, and ultimately that's what's guiding the decision making. So I resent the implication, but that's not going to affect the decision making that we have to do here. I do believe that it isn't within an owner's or a residential property owner's rights to be able to house every week 14 children screaming in the back pool. I don't think that that's something that's written implicitly into the property rights. I grew up in a family of 11, and frankly, if we were in the pool screaming all weekend, my mom would be out there slapping us around, so we would be quiet and give the owner some peace of mind next door. Right? That's part of the implication. That's part of what is part of being a responsible neighbor. However, one of the things that I don't see tonight before me that I feel is enough critical mass to be able to do an outright moratorium. I believe that we can develop common sense regulations. I believe that they should be, it's far past the time when we should have developed these regulations, and I think from reading the coastal Newport Beach has developed some very sensible regulations, including the ability to claw back the permit if there's a series of complaints, which I think is very appealing. And there's all sorts of things we can do, we just have to do them. And so all of these things that people are complaining about here tonight are not fixed by a moratorium. All of the homeowners having these problems aren't fixed by a moratorium tonight, they're fixed by enacting ordinances, regulations. And then if the zoning question comes after that as to the appropriateness, then that's fine too. But there's nothing wrong with developing sets of ordinances to regulate this for the coming summer, putting those into place, and then taking the zoning question on after that. At least in my mind, that's what I perceive. But I just don't see the critical mass at this point to be able to ban it like that. So I'm going to come from a different spot. I think we need to have regulations. I think we need to do it quickly, and I think it needs to regulate the use, and then we can contemplate zoning on a more, with a longer runway.
Okay, I'll go next. First of all, one of the great pleasures of this job is to listen to the people that come to the chamber. The notes tonight in terms of the people that really care passionately about this issue are stunning. And so tonight we're here to talk about the urgency ordinance, but I want to make sure that staff captures some of the great ideas, and I'm just going to read them off. I've got 13, and that was when I finally realized I should be paying attention. We need to address parking and traffic. We need to deal with enforcement, and that includes the hand-in-glove role of OCSD, the Sheriff's Department, versus our own code enforcement, so that we're not abusing the power of our police department for nuisance rather than, public safety. We need to think about making sure that our TOT registration process is top-notch and bulletproof. Maybe zoning is something we look at. We need to come up with a bad apple consequences or a 3 strikes consequences piece of what we're doing. This one I put 5 stars next to. We need a round table of the people in this room because these are the people that are living and breathing it. So as part of going forward and figuring out what's right. Getting the VRBO owners together to find out what their best practices is will help us with regulations. This idea of a good neighbor contract, this idea of a good neighbor contact being part of the program, so that if my neighbor puts one in and I'm unhappy, I know who to call besides calling the sheriff's department. We're going to need to think very thoughtfully about the definition of long-term versus short-term rentals, because there was a big conversation tonight about it doesn't matter how long you're there, you could be a bad apple. Technology oversight. I came into this and I still believe that we need to bring our regulations into the 21st century, but the gentleman who said, the technology got in front of the situation, how are we going to monitor that as part of our enforcement component? And then party and event permitting, how does that live or not live with what we're going to be contemplating over the next 60 to 90 days? I loved the language of common sense ordinance. So there was really healthy information here. And the gentleman who said, you didn't hear anybody saying, hey, it's working great. I think on that's the common ground for every single person in this room. Nobody thinks we've got the solution yet. So I'm really looking forward to making some positive changes for the community. The other thing I would like to say is when we moved to San Clemente, the small business piece of it was what was so intriguing to us. Of course, the beach, of course, everything else. But, we're not a big box chain kind of vibe. And the people that spoke tonight, these are small business owners, and they're salt of the earth people trying to make a living. And so we need to listen to them. They are the neighbors and they are the residents, and they also happen to have chosen financially to make it work in the city they live in. So that's very important to me. All of that is important. I will not be supporting the need for a moratorium because whoever it was who said you don't need to stop to think, I think that is correct. I think we can do our good work and we can move forward purposefully without being so heavy-handed as to put this moratorium in place. So those are my comments. I will not be supporting the moratorium.
Scott, tell me again what the benefit of having a moratorium is. You said it earlier.
Yeah, so the moratorium has the benefit of creating a standstill, and that has a benefit of helping you respect it has the benefit of not having non-conforming uses establishing themselves while you're thinking about an ultimate regulatory program. So you've been talking about, and we've been exploring, two sets of regulations. One are police power regulations or regulatory regulations that speak to good neighbor policies, licensing, grounds for revocation of licensing, whether compliance with CCNRs is a prerequisite to licensing. Those licensing requirements can apply prospectively and retroactively, and a moratorium won't have any effect on your ability to have them apply to all vacation rentals existing in future, if that makes sense. The zoning's a different matter. If you were to prohibit vacation rentals in a particular zone, everybody who's through the gate by then has a non-conforming right to continue to use their property as a vacation rental. So a moratorium has much greater effect in the latter case. If you were considering zoning or prohibitions of vacation rentals as a use, then the moratorium would stop the clock so that no uses are established, that then you couldn't eliminate retroactively. Does that make sense? So it would have an effect on the zoning regs, but not the regulatory licensing regs that you've been talking about.
And that is exactly why I am in favor of enacting this moratorium tonight. Exactly that point. Because that, to me, is the crux of the matter. Once we give somebody a license to operate, if we change that zoning so that you're not allowed to do that, if we make that decision in later weeks where you're not allowed to do that, we can't go back. And that's why I want us to get on this immediately. I want us to take steps. I want us to work with everybody. I want to find best practices, because I too heard a lot of great things tonight. I heard parking issues. I heard R1 means residential. I heard it shouldn't be the job of the neighbors to police the area. Both sides made good points. I heard property rights brought up. I was glad to hear that, because if there's anything that works both ways, it's property rights. And so, anyway, that's why I'm going to support this moratorium.
Well, with that, I'm going to move that we adopt urgency ordinance number 1616 entitled an interim urgency ordinance pursuant to Government Code Section 6585.8 of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, establishing a moratorium on the establishment, permitting, and approval of short-term lodging uses.
For 45 days.
For 45 days.
That's the interim emergency ordinance.
Correct.
45 days. Second.
Correct. Okay, moved by Ham, second by Ward, all in favor? Aye.
And before we vote, I just want to make it clear to staff that it's expected to be operating with a sense of urgency, with or without this moratorium, that we get right with the community.
I thought they heard that. Okay, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So that would be Ham, Ward, Baker in favor, Brown, Donchak opposed.
I used some battery. I'm sorry, they're going to
Folks, we've got more business to do up here, so please, if you're going to stay inside, please be quiet. Thank you.
Okay, oral communications, part 2.
Okay, Mr. Ambrusto?
Thank you. Last city council meeting, I came to talk to you guys about the zoning ordinance on the medical cannabis regulations and everything. I didn't think it was the best idea to move to prohibit it. Unfortunately, my job didn't allow me to make it here on time to discuss the issue, but I sent an email to Jim Pecos to forward to you guys. In that email, I kind of rewrote the regulations that he had, his staff report. At the end of that, I added several new case laws that kind of talk about the medical cannabis industry. As it stands right now, the DEA I believe it was officials from the DEA just appealed a Superior Court ruling. So there, in the next coming months, there's going to be a very serious Superior Court ruling regulating whether federal funds can be even used to go into state passed medical cannabis states where they talk about whether it's good to have it. But in my email, I talked about two things that the staff report didn't really talk about. The first thing was we need to move to accept the new state regulations on how to label medical cannabis. That way we can show our police officers what would be real medical cannabis versus illicit business activities within our community. And then the second thing was we need to move away from prohibition and establish a drug abuse and marijuana task force committee within our ruling, and that's what I was. Those were the two things that I came here today. It honestly, without any proposals or any sort of regulations, it doesn't make sense to do anything but prohibit cannabis, businesses within our community. But I really would like, to speak as a cannabis advocate or a medical cannabis advocate, and move to establishing a drug abuse and marijuana task force committee within our jurisdiction. I think I wrote there would be 5 positions. One was a public health official, voluntary position. One was a veteran who would speak for the elder community. One was a medical cannabis advocate. One was a police officer, and then or someone to that extent. And I think the last one was someone who took part in business activity. So I came here to, try to put you guys to motion to establish a drug abuse and marijuana task force committee, and maybe put out there to see if there's possible people within our community that would want to come together and try to move from prohibition to regulation. And that's it.
Thank you.
2 comments. One is, if you want to hear how it was deliberated on, you can go to the city website and pull up the agenda item. And I don't know, it was probably 20 minutes, maybe half an hour of discussion and public intake. And the second thing, are you a resident?
Yes.
Oh, I would encourage you, check in with the city clerk. We have a Human Affairs Committee, and we'll have positions open for that committee in June. And you might want to apply to become a member of that committee, because they deal with all sorts of issues similar to what you have in mind, and it might give you a starting place for your issue if you were to be appointed to that committee. But our city clerk, Joanne, can help you with that information if that's interesting to you. In terms of setting up, because what they do is they have kind of specialties. There's one that's domestic violence, so forth and so on. So it would get.
Is there's a drug abuse specialty, or?
I think you do, yeah.
Okay.
So Joanne, could you talk to the gentleman about the Human Affairs Committee, and maybe even give him the name of the current chair?
Yeah, call the city.
Yeah.
Just call me the city clerk.
Okay. All right. Well,
Another rural communications part too?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Thank you. I'm not sure what you mean by this, Don.
I just wanted you to have an explanation as to why I did what I did.
I'm sorry, I didn't see anything, so.
Okay, next item on the agenda is concerns the newly created industry specialist. At your last meeting, council added an additional industry specialist position to the Investment Advisory Committee. The current industry specialist's term will expire on June 30th, 2016. To avoid having the terms of both industry specialists' positions expiring at the same time, staff is recommending that council authorize me to advertise the new position for a partial term to expire on June 30th, 2017, and then every 2 years thereafter. That would give you continuity with that position.
The treasurer told us when we asked him specifically when the current specialist retired, he said not this year.
That's what he thought, but I checked it.
I really appreciate accurate information when we're decision making.
And anyway, I am asking that you schedule a date time to interview the industry specialist applicants and to make an appointment.
How soon do you want to do that?
Well, the soonest that you would be able to do it and give me time to advertise would be February 2nd, that meeting.
It's Groundhog Day. Groundhog Day. Yeah, I'm fine.
4:30,
Sure.
I think.
Good.
4:30, February 2nd.
Okay.
Okay, city manager?
I just want to let the public know that we have sandbags at the city maintenance yard and here at City Hall. We have sandbags and sand and a shovel for you to use. You might try to get there early to use them. We had quite a big crowd today at City Hall. I'm not sure about at the maintenance yard, but staff had to bring about 500 extra bags this afternoon to City Hall for sandbagging.
Scott, you got anything?
Nothing to add, thanks. Happy New Year.
Kathy, you want
I just have a brief announcement. First of all, please travel carefully tonight. The OCTA says southbound Pico is likely to be closed all night tonight, opening at 5 in the morning. They'll be doing preventative work overnight to protect the shoring of the new bridge abutment. And so drive really carefully through the construction site, even more carefully than usually.
I got one thing. We had some folks donate to the Boys and Girls Club program with Buy My Bikes, and it was a terrific event down there. The Boys and Girls Club selected 10 kids, and these 10 kids were selected because they're terrific kids. They go to the Boys and Girls Club all the time. They're good students. They don't select any kids unless they're good students and good kids. So it was a great event and got to see a lot of smiles there. Kathy was there, and Kathy and Greg and my wife Pam and I were there, and along with George and Pete and his wife Lynn Van Nuys. George, Pete, and Lynn do, well, Lynn does all the work, but Pete and George help her for that. So I want to thank them for a great program and a lot of nice smiles on kids' faces down there at the Boys and Girls Club for Christmas.
I think we should add that our police department, our Sheriff's Officers Association bought 2 bikes.
I'm glad you reminded me. Thank you.
That was pretty amazing.
Sheriff's Department was down there. Deputy Bull and the Sheriff's Department in general kicked in for that. Very nice.
Sure. I will adopt ordinance number second reading, prohibition of unauthorized commercial organized and instructional activities on public beaches, parks, and trails without a permit. Adopt ordinance number 1612, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending Chapter 12.28 of the San Clemente Municipal Code, amending 12.28.010 definitions.
Second.
Motion by Ward, second by Brown. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
And I move that we adjourn to the next regular city council meeting that will be held on January 19th, 2016, in the council chambers located at 100 Avenida Presidio, San Clemente, California. Closed session items will be considered at 5 o'clock p.m. The regular business meeting will commence at 6 o'clock p.m.